in the middle. The Guyanese would have won the toss and they would have decided to insert the Jamaicans. So the two openers for Jamaica, they are in the middle. And the opening bowler for Guyana will be opening the attack from the media center end. A pleasant good morning to you, Ogaro.
Hey, good morning, Gary, and welcoming again to you and to all the folks who are tuned in via, of course, the Windies YouTube page. We're here for the fourth round of the CG Insurance Women's Super 50 Cup. And as you said, Jamaica is taking on Guyana today. And Guyana definitely in search of some more points after beating the Leewards in the last game, that is.
Yes, a close game where the Guyanese won by just 1 run.
Let's
Wow.
play.
And very interesting.
So it's going to be Gajnabi who is opening the attack. And the batter, that's Williams, the wicketkeeper batter from Rashida Williams. She is the opener. And the other opener for Jamaica is Kenisha Ferron. So the two openers for Jamaica
You ready?
are in the middle.
Okay.
And Jamaica would have lost against Barbados. Delivery wide outside the off stump, signal now by the umpire. The two umpires in this game, Carl Tuckett and Laborde of Trinidad and Tobago. She's presiding at the media center end. So the first delivery wide and outside the off stump and signal. So extras off the mark, they're 1. Another wide delivery, signal again by umpire Laborde. So Gajnabi not getting the direction right in the first over Monarch.
What time check?
No, she's going wider and wider off the off stump in the last two the deliveries. So let's wait and see if she gets it right as she moves in again.
Better delivery on the stump. William just pushed it down on the offside and there is no chance of a run. So for Jamaica, the players left out, Lena Scott, Sharika Shelton, and Shireen Burnett. A delivery was pushed down to mid-on, and there is no chance of a run. So 2 extras thus far in this over, 2 wide deliveries delivered by Gajnabi. She's the vice captain of the Guyana team. Williams got a delivery outside the off stump. She's looking to play it fine. Probably came from the inner portion of the bat. On the edge, went behind to the keeper. So we're still in the first over. Guyana won the toss. And they decided to insert the Jamaicans. Jamaica, I'm sure, will be looking to bounce back. They would have lost quite, Barbados would have defeated them quite convincingly. Wide outside the off-stump edge found, yes, caught behind. A good delivery, touchdown just on about the off-stump. And Williams flashing at it, the ball seaming away slightly, taken behind by the keeper. And a good wicket for Guyana, picking up the wicket of Williams, caught at the wicket for a duck.
Yes, interesting indeed. Now I'm looking back at the balls that she bowled wide of the off stump that were called wide. It seems as if that definitely was a ploy because she continued, well, she pitched one right on the stumps and then went again outside the off stump and the batsman was flashing and, of course, out caught behind. So Jamaica loses their first wicket, and that's Williams, right? She goes down for a duck at the end. I think it might be the end of the over as well. But we'll see. The new batter comes to the crease now. Looks like
Jodian,
number 23?
47, Jodian
Number
Brown.
47.
Jodian Brown is the new batter for Jamaica. And so Williams caught at the wicket, a good delivery, touchdown, just on about the off stump, and had a little seam away from the right-hander. She flashed at it. The edge was taken, and a good wicket for Jamaica to get in the first over. The vice captain, Gajnabi, is the one that opened the attack, and she has been successful. So for Guyana, we'll tell you that for the Guyanese, they left out Sherian Fraser, Annalisa Diogla, and Sienna Retimaya. Those are the 3 players out for Guyana. We'll go through the entire team for you.
That's it.
Just a minute.
Bullets come in.
We have Shermaine Campbell, she's the
Bullets
captain.
on right hand over.
We
Two
have
balls to come.
Shabika Gajnabi, she's the vice captain. Kentana Mentor. You have Telia Mandamutu, Shanita Grimond, Plafiana Millington, Casey Scholes. Another wide delivery outside the off stump by Gajnabi. She's getting the ball to move away, but she's starting a bit too wide, and it went wider. Another wide.
And I think that's the issue there, especially on the last 2 wides that were called by Ambile board. Yeah, very wide, and only wides we've had on the scoreboard so far, in addition to a wicket.
3 for 1. We are still in the first over. 3 wides. The batsman out. Williams caught at the wicket for a duck. Full delivery, pushed down the ground on the onside. Good bit of feeling by Gajnabi. And no chance of a run. So play delayed slightly due to a damp pitch. A little bit of, or too much moisture in the pitch, so they gave it a few minutes to dry out. Into the offside. And over number 1 has been completed, where Guyana would have been able to pick up an early wicket. They got a wicket of Williams, caught for a duck, caught a wicket keeper, bowled Gajnabi for a duck. 3 for 1 after 1.
3 for 1 after 1, and as I said, we're in the the 4th round of the CG Insurance Women's Super 50 Cup. And we're here at Warner Park, of course, a picturesque ground, and one that is expecting some additional cricket this year. So we go back to the field, and we have the opening bowler, and she'll be the opening bowler from the southern end, or the Lozak Road, that is, and she'll be coming in. Looks like spin. She'll be coming in to face number 23.
Look like Plafiana Millington. So we're opening with spin from the far end. So it's Millington, and she will be bowling to Ferron. Ferron is the other opener for the Jamaicans. A delivery, looking to turn it into the onside ball, leaving the bat in the air. No damage done. So in over number 2, the Guyanese won the toss and decided to insert the Jamaicans. So there's a slip, there is a backward point, cover on the boundary, extra cover, and a mid-off. Millington guiding it towards the backward point area, no chance of a run. So the field at backward point, Shanita Gremon. So Millington in a first over from the far end. Outside the off stump she's punching it down to cover. Gajnabi is in the way. She feels, and there is no chance of a run. So this is the fourth round encounter. 4th round of matches. 2 other matches being played in St. Kitts, Warner Park, St. Paul's, and Connery are the 3 venues. Push into the offside. So Millington is in a first over. There's a slip. Outside the off stump. The batter just watches it go through, taken behind by the keeper. So we're still in over number 2. Guyana, they are 3 for 1 as Millington. Coming forward, outer portion of that, chance of a runner return comes in, a bit wide, and Brown had to scamper through to get through for the single. So Ferron is off the mark, she's on 1, and over number 2 has been completed. So after 2 overs, total 4 for 1, the Jamaicans.
Yes, another over completed here at Warner Park, and finally we've gotten a run off the bat. In the first over, the 3 runs scored were all from wide deliveries, all by Gajnabi, who's coming in from the pavilion end. And she will be bowling, of course, to Brown. Did I get that right? Or Farron?
Farron, that's Farron.
Farron is at the striker's end.
Outside the off stump, a good delivery, a bit closer. The batter shoulder in arms, taken behind by the keeper. A bit more pace on that as well.
Yes, that's what I was saying. Looks like the fastest delivery that we've seen in the previous 2 overs. And looks like it bounced a little bit as well, more than normal.
Gajnabi, right up, push into the offside down to the extra cover region where Millington feels, and there is no chance of a run. So Barbados, with that victory over Jamaica, would have gone to the top of the table in that third round of matches. The Windwards and Barbados, they were leading. Leg stump, working it through forward of square. Some running there for the fielder, has to go down towards the deep forward square area. They got the batters were able to come back for 2, so 2 more to the total. And with those 2 runs, Farron, she has gone on to 3, and the total 6. 6 for 1 wicket. We're in over. Number 3 being bowled by the vice captain Gajnabi from the media center end. So it's Quintana Mento on the onside at mid wicket. There's a slip, a third man. There's a point, cover, mid off. Outside the off stump, is pushing it back down the strip. Gajnabi feels to her own bowling, and there is no chance of a run. So we have some cloud cover here at Warner Park, but no immediate threat of rain. Good delivery by Gajnabi. The ball touched down seam just on about the off stump and seemed across the bat. He seemed to have been going into the batsman, and at the last minute, he just seamed away, and she was beaten by a beautiful delivery.
Beautiful delivery, indeed. We talked about the cloudy weather. I thought the weatherman says that it'll be 32 degrees today. Maybe the humidity will take us up to the 32 degrees.
Short outside the off stump, taken behind by the keeper. So we have been having some hot days.
Very hot days indeed. I don't know. I hope it didn't interrupt the mango season in Nevis. And I don't know. I don't see any bags here, so it looks like you didn't bring any.
Well,
didn't come here and give for us.
the mangoes are not so flourishing this time. They still, for some strange reason, the mango season. Last year we had the trees blossoming, right? And then sometimes you have blossom, no mangoes, and the blossom, the mangoes are staying a bit. Maybe the change of the climate change is having an effect on the mango season as well. So it's going to be Millington who will continue from the far end. So we're in over number 4.
Stop it. Good.
Brown is driving.
Come on, girls. Come on,
And
girls.
Millington moving to her left fields. And we have lots of pigeon on the field down at the long off area. Millington, flatter, faster delivery. Question marks of the umpire Carl Tuckett. So the 2 umpires in this game, Carl Tuckett at the far end, and umpire Laborde, who is doing duties at this media center end. She's at square leg. Millington, outside the off stump. The batsman might have just played inside the line and taken behind by the keeper for the Guyanese team. That's Sherman Campbell. She's the captain of the Guyana team. She won the toss and decided to insert the Jamaicans. We're in over number 4. Flatter, faster. And Brown is to the measure of it, just guiding it down into the back of the point area where Quintana Mentor is in the way. She feels. And the total remains on 6. On the pitch, and the stumps is broken, so she's out. Stump was a flight delivery, and there was Brown drawn out of the crease. She was beaten, and Sherman Campbell took the bails off. Jamaica, they have lost their second wicket with Brown, Stump, wicketkeeper Campbell, bowl Millington, and Jamaica, they are 6 for 2.
And Brown, who opened the batting, she's gone for... Oh, she batted at 3, yes. Okay, so Farron is the one who opened the batting. She goes, I'm double checking to make sure that I got the scores right. She goes for a duck as well.
Yes.
All right, so telling you, Guyana has their tails up. Each bowler has taken a wicket. So Gajnabi has bowled 3 overs. Get that right. She's bowled 2 overs for 5 runs with 1 wicket. And Millington is about to complete her second over. And she has a wicket for 1 run as well. As the new batter comes to the crease.
Stephanie Taylor, she's the captain.
Stephanie Taylor, there we go. Very famous player indeed. I mean, she's known all over the world.
So Stephanie will have to play captain's knock in the game versus Barbados. She came off injured, so let us hope she has recovered fully. But the Guyanese have picked up 2 wickets.
Oh, yeah.
Good delivery on the off stump, and Taylor stretches forward and bring up the end of a successful over for Millington. After 4 overs, the Jamaicans, they are 6 for 2.
6 for 2, struggling here at Warner Park, indeed. And I said the tournament has kind of turned a little topsy-turvy. Because Windwards I was in St. Paul's on Friday. Windwards were on their way to a victory against Trinidad and Tobago. But similar to what Trinidad and Tobago did against Jamaica, the late order batsmen, they rallied to win that game to take them up, to second place in the tournament.
Gajnabi bowls to Farron, just pushed it into the onside and call her captain through for single. So Farron with that single, she has gone on to 4. And the total is on 7 for 2 at the start of over number 5. So the Trinidad team would have won 2 close encounters. I think the game against Jamaica was also
yes,
a close game.
1 wicket victory, and the game against the Windwards was a 2 wicket victory, yes.
So Gajnabi outside the off stump, making some height. Stephanie Taylor on top of it, guided down into the offside, and there is no chance of a run. So the Windwards would have been hoping that they could have defeated Trinidad and Tobago, and they would have been at the top with Barbados, but Barbados did an excellent performance overall, all-around performance from Barbados to win quite convincingly against Jamaica. Dead ball has been signaled as all was not set. So umpire Laborde doing duties at the media center end. So the sun is not out in all its brilliance, as I indicated, some cloud cover. So it's might be a bit cooler for the ladies in the middle. As Gajnabi right up, and Taylor is coming forward crisply, driving it down to mid-on. And there is no chance of a run. So Taylor would want to play a good innings for her team as the captain. She would want to play a good knock. Casey Schultz, she's a fielder at mid-on. She's just on the edge of the circle. As Gajnabi will bowl to Taylor. Taylor just coming forward, pushed it into the offside. Millington at extra cover. She will field, and there is no chance of a run. So we've seen some good performances in this competition. We have seen a 5-wicket haul from the Windwards. Akiana would have gotten 5 wickets, a hat-trick, yes.
Well, yes.
We have seen a century by Kishana on the onside. Wide will be signaled by the umpire, looking for a bit more pace, but she was offline. So extras moves on by 1, and the total has progressed to 8 for 2 in over number 5. So the Guyana is keeping it pretty tight.
And this is the first time that Gajnabi has gone down the leg side as well to collect one of her 4 wides, I think it is now.
So Taylor, wide outside the off stump. Not wide enough to be called a wide by the umpires. Taylor, what does it go through to be taken behind by the keeper?
And I think Taylor is due a score today. I don't think she's done that much in the tournament so far. So this may be the day that she shows us the class that we know she has.
Onto the front foot, the ball leaving the bat in the air, and the fielder came in quickly to bring up the end of over number 5. At the end of it, Jamaica 8 for 2 from 5 overs.
Yes, another good over. Another good over again.
Come on, team.
From Gajnabi. Looks like we're gonna have the same bowler coming in from the southern end, which is Millington. She's picked up a wicket as well. It's just a quiet period of play, even though
Very quiet for the start of the
even though
innings.
Jamaica has lost two wickets. Not much runs off the bat, quite a few wides.
Millington
Here we
looking to
go
drive
with an
into the
appeal.
onside, and she's has been given LBW. A ball floated up on the center leg stump, and Farron was looking to whip it into the onside. She was shocked and apart. A confident appeal went up, and Carly Tuckett giving the decision in favor of the Guyanese. So Guyana, they have chucked a 3rd time, and we are only in over number 6. They are 8 for 3.
8 for 3 indeed, and I don't know. Maybe this is the day that I get an early, an early game. But yes, both bowlers bowling very well, indeed. I know Gajnabi has bowled a couple of wides, but I think that's because of the experiment that she's trying, which has proved successful thus far, because she picked up the opening. She picked up Williams for a duck in that very first over. So it looks like we're settled again. And, you know, one thing I noticed, I couldn't quite tell immediately that Mr. Tuckett had made the decision, because he didn't keep that finger
Yeah,
up
he was so
very
quick.
long.
He went up and came out down very quick.
But then, of course, she was on her way, because it would have hit. Last wicket is bowled.
Yeah, that's middle. Come on, girls. Come on, girls.
All right, so the last wicket.
I guess
was bowled.
that explains why Tuckett didn't have to raise his finger, because the batsman was bowled.
All right, so
Come on,
the
Fab, come
new
on.
batter for Jamaica is McLean. She has been amongst the runs. The first 2 games, she just scored some runs. Not out.
Oh, yes, Fluffy.
She's standing up to her full height and just pushed it into the offside down to
Go on, girls. Keep
Gajnabi
going,
extra
girls.
cover. She feels. So 8 for 3. The Jamaicans are certainly up against it. I'm in over number 6.
Oh!
And she's beaten outside the off stump by a good delivery, making some height as well.
Yes.
And coming back in towards the
There
batter.
seems to
Beaten.
be some assistance for the bowlers from both ends.
There's some moisture in the pitch as Millington
Stop that, stop
flatter,
that.
faster, and McLean is
Work it,
pushing it
girls,
down
keep
into the
working, girls.
onside. So the Jamaicans are certainly up against it.
Flat, keep going
8
flat.
for 3. Williams and Brown both made a duck, and Farron, last to be dismissed, made 4.
Oh, yes, come.
And McLean is turning
Oh,
it into the
that's not fair.
onside
Finish
with
strong,
a chance of a
finish strong.
run.
Best ball here.
So these two are the 2 more
Best ball,
experienced
Fluffy.
players for Jamaica, and they would want to stay in the middle and bat and play a long innings. The captain Taylor would want to bring all our experience to the fore and try and make some runs
No!
off the outer portion of the bat, guiding it down towards the back of the point area to bring up the end of another successful over for Millington and Guyana. So at the end of over number 6, the Jamaicans are struggling. They are 8 for 3.
You know, and after the first 2 rounds, Guyana had lost both matches. But since the victory against against the Leewoods, we're seeing, the kind of spirit that we know, normally from any team that comes out of that South American region, Guyana in particular. But here comes Gajnabi again, searching for her second wicket.
To Taylor, outside the off stump. This one coming back slightly into the batsman, but a bit too wide to create any problems for Taylor. She wanted it goes through. Taken behind by the captain Campbell of Guyana. I'm sure she'll be very satisfied with the way things have gone so far. Winning the toss and inserted the Jamaicans. Right up, driving to the offside, goes down to the field on the cover boundary. 1 to Taylor, she is off the mark. And the total has gone on to 9 for 3. Reliana Grimon is the fielder down on the deep cover boundary. And Captain Taylor having a quiet word with McLean. Maybe asking her, let us try and bat as many overs as possible. We're only in over number 7, so it means we have 43 overs remaining after this. That's lots of overs. So for McLean, there's been a change in the field. The third man has come in, and the mid wicket has gone down on the fence. So there's a cover on the boundary and a mid wicket for McLean. Outside the off stump, good delivery. Batter is guiding it down towards the back of the point area. The Shanita Gremon is in the way, she feels. And Gajnabi is bowling a 4th over. Right up and driving, that's McLean. Gets it down to mid-off where Ashmini Monisara is in the way, she feels, and prevents any possibility of a run. So overcast conditions here at Warner Park. On the leg stump, looking to heave it over mid-wicket, misses. Good take by Sherman Campbell. Probably coming off the pad, so no signal of wide. Campbell making a good save on the onside, was a delivery. I'm sure McLean would have been disappointed that she missed out. It was a delivery on the leg stump, and she probably should have dispatched it for 4 or even 6. The big figure of McLean. Gajnabi gets a delivery on the leg stump, goes down towards short fine leg. Keeper moves around, prevents any possibility of a run. So over number 7 has been completed. Jamaica 9 for 3 after 7 with Captain Stephanie Taylor. She's there along with McLean. Taylor is on 1, and the Guyanese continues to keep things tight.
Yeah, a very slow progress for the Jamaica team, and of course that is understandable considering the fact that they would have lost 3 early wickets here. We're only in the 8th over with the 9th over coming up. From the Lozak Road or southern end, and Stephanie Taylor, Captain Stephanie Taylor that is, would be facing. Let's see how she handles this spin.
So Millington is over number 8, and Taylor just easily behind it, prevents any possibility of a run. So the Guyanese team, Sherman Campbell, Shabika Gajnabi, Katana Mentor, Thelina Mandamutu, Plafiana Millington.
Oh, yes.
And
Easy, easy.
Taylor just pushes into the offside. Casey Scholes, Rieliana Grimon, Mandy Mangu, Nia Latchman, and Ashmini Monisar as Millington. Flatter, faster, forced it into the offside, goes down to the cover fielder. And the fielder down on the cover boundary is Kentana Mentor, single to Taylor. She with a single moves on to 2. And the total 10 for 2, the Jamaicans.
Oh!
McLean onto the front foot, just pushed it into the offside down to Gajnabi. No damage done.
Go on, girls. Keep going, girls.
So they have lost some 3 wickets. Flatter,
Oh yeah,
faster.
Fluffy!
And McLean is
ball in,
hurriedly
out, Fluff.
behind
Come on,
it,
girls.
push it back down the offside of the strip. And there is no chance of a run. So the Jamaican 11, you have Taylor, Williams, Flatter,
Oh, yeah,
faster.
stop that,
McLean
William.
is turning it
Well
into the
done,
onside.
Tony.
Good bit of feeling, tumbling effort by the fielder at mid-wicket to bring up the end of the over. That's Telia Mandamoto. So over number 8 has been completed. Jamaica continue to struggle. They are scoring at just over 1 run per over. They are 10 for 3.
10 for 3. And you know, one of the things that I always say when teams are struggling early like this is that there's quite a few overs, lots of overs in this game. And one of the point of contention is that only one team so far has batted out the full 50. That's Barbados when they scored 318. Everybody else has fallen short so far.
I think the last 2 games, Leeward and Guyana, I think Leeward batted the 50 overs.
Okay, so
And
that
the Guyana's game, yeah, the 2 teams were batted. Even though the score was not a high score, but they both batted the 50 overs.
Well, that's a good sign.
Yes.
So that we had 2 teams that batted the 50 overs. I looked at the Barbados score, and there were some issues with the Leeward score. And so thanks for the update. But we're in over number 9 now. Ghaznavi continues.
Outside the off stump, Taylor looking to force it into the offside. The ball came back. She was in towards her, so she was a bit cramped for room, and she got it down towards Shanita Grimman at backward point. And the total remains on 10 at the start of over number 9. So Ghaznavi is in our 5th over. Millington has picked up 2 wickets. Ghaznavi 1. Wide delivery outside the off stump. Show the signal now by umpire at this team meter center end. That's Laborde. Extra moved on by 1, and with that extra, total has gone on to 11 for 3.
11 for 3. And Ghaznavi continues to bowl that white ball outside the off stump.
Taylor gets a full delivery. She's punching it down to Manda Mutu at mid-on. He went quickly, so no chance of a single.
Yeah. And she's essaying with her hand, of course. Looking to have probably gotten that one a little bit more to the right of the fielder here on mid-on.
On the leg stump, the balloon in the air. Fielder comes across, tried to take a catch. It couldn't get there.
Wow.
It looks like Grimond. She came in quickly and she dived, couldn't hold on to it. That's Kentana Mento over the ball. The Taylor was just looking to turn it into the onside, the ball lobbing in the air.
She got there. I don't know if they. She definitely got there. So, and that was a scary moment for Jamaica, because to go 4 down with one of the 4 being Stephanie Taylor, they definitely would be in all sorts of trouble today.
Good
But
delivery.
here she is.
Good delivery from Ghaznavi. Pushed it into the offside of the strip. So the fielder came in quickly. That's a Mentor, and she just couldn't hold on. The ball Bobby just jumping just out of the reach of her outstretched hands, and that would have been a big blow for the Jamaicans. Stephanie Taylor would want to settle. Delivery outside the off stump. Taylor looking to force it back down the strip. Got it on the inner portion of the bat. The over has been completed. Over number 5 has been completed. At the end of it, Guyanese inserted the Jamaica, they're 11 for 3.
Come on, team. Come on, team.
So Millington will continue from the far end. She will start over number 10. And this has been a slow going for the Jamaicans after they would have been inserted by Guyana. Millington will continue. Just a couple of spectators in the far stand.
Stop it. Hey. Get there, Ashmi.
Into the offside, beats the fielder mid-off and into the boundary for 4. Good shot. It was on the off stump and there was McLean just punched it through the offside between extra cover and mid-off. It was beautifully timed. The fielder at mid-off got a hand to it, but he went behind and into the boundary for 4.
First 4 of the innings for Jamaica. So I'm sure that must be an encouraging sign for them, considering that they've lost 3 early wickets today. Let's see what Millington comes up with this time.
Oh, stop it. Good.
On the leg stump, working it around the corner down towards the back of the square area, where Nia Latchman is in the way, and she feels 15 it is for 3.
Oh, yes, Puppy.
And McLean standing up tall, pushed it into the offside, down to extra cover, where Ashmini Monisar is in the way, she feels. So in over number 10, Jamaicans were inserted by Guyana. Flutter faster from the outer portion of the bat, went to the right of the slip fielder. They have cause for a single, thinking about the second. The return came in, so 1 more to the total. 16 for 3 in over number 10, been bowled by Millington, who has picked up 2 wickets. 2 of the 3 wickets that are fallen so far. Captain Taylor comes into the come into strike, and Millington over the wicket, flatter, faster, swung away into the onside. We get a single as the fielder on the fence, that's mid-wicket area, had to move across to her left, and that's Manda Mutu. Total moves on by 1 to 17 as Millington was stopped by an umpire Tuckett. Probably getting a communication from the scorers. Maybe checking to ensure that the number of balls bowled, that he had the correct tally. In the meantime, the emergency fielder has come onto the field at long on to give the fielder some refreshment. It's a bit hot, even though it's the cloud. We have some cloud cover here at Warner Park. It's still a bit humid. So play will continue. We're in over number 10, 17 for 3. The Jamaicans being inserted by Guyana. Flatter, faster, forced into the offside of the back foot, down to the deep cover boundary. Mento is in the way. 1 more to the total to move the end of over number 10. Guyana, after inserting the Jamaicans are 18 for 3 from 10 overs.
One thing I noticed about the batters is that it's very they're not aggressive when it comes to looking for that second run. Because I thought that the ball that went down here to third man could have easily bring two runs, but that's just the 1 run. So 18 for 3, and we're getting ready to head to the 11th over. Actually, we don't have to talk all day. So Nabi starts the next.
Wait. Remember me tell you. Tash.
And she's bowling to McLean. She's coming in from the northern end, or the pavilion end.
And it's going to be Nabi again into McLean. And McLean goes driving over the long off boundary. And it is 6 runs to McLean. A lovely shot. McLean, a very powerful lady, and displaying that power monarch.
Definitely, that was a big drive. Gashnavi has been bowling very well, but I guess both batters have decided to step it up because it's during this partnership that we've had the only 2 boundaries, well, 4 and 6. Indeed, it's Apache balls for that one again.
And this one going straight to the keeper. And I was actually wondering, Monarch, Warner Park, a batting strip as it is known. I wondered about decision winning the toss and fielding first. But hey, with the position, the Guyanese team would have called it right.
Yeah, and I think that the wicket has been helping both bowlers.
And here is McLean driving straight back. It will race to the boundary. Lovely shot. It's 4 to her. And she is actually in fine form. She hasn't scored big half centuries as yet, but she's getting among the runs. I think she would have had 1 half century, perhaps 2. Didn't do very well against the Bajans, but she displayed her class against the Leeward Islands in the first match that I would have seen.
I know. 28 for 3. She's on 16 from 21 deliveries. And she's absolutely not making any joke this game.
Here's Gashdabi into her. And no harm done. The score remains 28 for a loss of 3 wickets from 10.5 overs. The first over of the second power play. The current run rate is, here's McLean coming forward, playing that one on the onside. Bowler runs around to her right and field. No harm done. McLean 16 from 23 balls. The captain, the non-striker, Stephanie Taylor, she's on 3 from 18 runs. And it's Gashnabi, that one outside the off stump. And she comes forward and plays it into the backward point region. It brings up the end of the over. After 11 overs, 28 for 3. The Jamaicans, after being asked to bat by the Guyanese, they would have won their first match against Leeward Islands. They would have lost the second match to Trinidad and Tobago, lost the third to Barbados. The Trinidad and Tobago game, that was a low-scoring, close game. And here they are coming up against the Guyanese in their 4th match. Their final match, the Jamaicans, will be versus the Windward Islands at Connery on Wednesday. The Guyanese, on the other hand, they won their first match against the Leeward Islands, having lost the first 2. So they are off the cellar. And it's Millington to continue into Taylor.
Come on, Tilly.
And bad piece of feeling, and they will get a single. That ought to have been a dot ball, but a little bit of misfeeling there. Monarch and Stephanie was able to call for the single, and McLean responded.
Yeah, the game has picked up just a little bit with the 3 boundaries by McLean so far. And looks like we're in for a little bit of excitement. We got 2 of the top batters in the Jamaica team batting at this particular moment as Millington again bowls to McLean, who just pushes that one on the onside, sorry. And she gets ready to come back in again.
16 from 24 is McLean. Millington into passing that one up and bringing McLean forward. She guides it down into the shortish third man position.
Keep going, girls. They're coming, girls.
And
They're coming,
running
girls.
around
Come on, girls.
from the backward point position is Grimond. And here's McLean going aerially. Will she be caught? Only if you were standing in the stands, and it's going to be 6 runs. No hope at all for the fielder there in the long on position. And a very lofty hit again, McLean exercising her shoulders.
Well, definitely she looks like the power batter so far today. I see her captain is talking
girls,
to her
come in,
now,
girls.
probably encouraging her as
They're
well.
coming, girls. Keep going, girls.
Looks like we do have a wide mid on, wide mid on. I mean long off. I'm sorry, long off and long on in place now. Probably because of the big shots from McLean.
Millington coming forward very cautiously on this occasion.
As you
McLean it
fluffy.
is,
Coming,
and
girls. They're coming, girls.
ball is relayed back to Millington. 22 from 27 balls is Natasha McLean.
Yeah.
Millington, 16 overs, picked up 2 wickets. Her last ball of her sixth
Stop it.
over. Here's McLean driving down to the long off region. And they ambled through for just the 1 run. Stephanie Taylor turned and looked at the possibility of a second, which was not to be. It's the end of the over, 36 for 3, the Jamaicans.
And just taking a look at some of the other games today, of course, Leeward is taking on the Trinidad and Tobago in Connery. They're 71 for 2 in 13.5 overs. And Barbados, taking on the Windward Islands. They should be in St. Paul's. 70 for 1. I'll check to make sure that we have those venues correct. But of course, Jamaica, we know that for a fact they're taking on Guyana. And they're 36 for 3 after 12 overs.
And it's going to be Grimmond. She'll be bowling from the CA Paul Southwell Media Center end. She's bowling to 1 slip backward point.
Come on, Grimmy.
There's a point to cover. The mid-off being pushed back
You
to
bowler.
on.
Right hand over to you.
There's a fielder on the cover boundary.
Yours, right?
There's a long on, a mid-wicket and a fielder on the mid-wicket boundary. Grimmond into McLean outside the off stump. She looks at it as it goes through.
Keep going, Tosh. Keep going,
And
Tosh.
umpire Laborde wondering if it was a wide, very close. But no harm done, 36 for 3. The Jamaicans after being asked to bat by the Guyanese. Grimmond into McLean.
Oh, yeah.
Just outside the off stump drifting in, and she comes forward, plays that into the extra cover region. And her score is kept on 16. Stephanie Taylor coming back after having to leave the field on Friday. And he is Grimmond outside the off stump and inviting McLean for the shot, and she accepts. And she actually drives that one out, I should say off the edge, down to the third man boundary for 4 runs.
Yes, that one peeled off the edge over the head of the backward point or short third man. And another 4 for McLean. She's definitely motoring on here with, it looks like probably about a high 90s strike rate. 27 from 31 balls, 40 for 3, 12.3 overs. That's Grimmond.
Roman will work again for Guyana. And a full toss, and here is McLean pulling it through the mid-wicket region. They get one. They hurry up through for a second. And the fielder from the long off region running away. Sorry, that's long on running away to her right. And McLean, a lot will depend on McLean and Stephanie Taylor for them to really take the score of the Jamaicans to some degree of respectability, give them a chance. Grimmond on the center stump. And here is McLean pulling that one into the square, like back with a square.
And almost gave it away.
Indeed.
Looks like a possible catch that should have been taken.
Should have been taken.
But the fielder looks like they were slow to get off the mark, and as a result, the ball died right in front of them.
And it's Grimmond once more. Wide outside the off stump, and it is indeed a wide. And she has been teasing that wide line, Grimmond. 43 for 3, the Jamaicans.
Well, it seems as if the bowlers from the northern end, they're the ones who have been teasing that wide line.
And this one just about off stump coming in. And McLean comes forward defensively, plays it back down the track, brings up the end of the 13th over. 43 for the loss of 3. the Jamaicans. McLean, 29 from 34 balls. Stephanie Taylor, 4 from 19 balls.
And so far, Rashada Williams, she was caught Campbell, bowled Gajnabi for a duck. She faced 4 balls. Kenesha Ferron, bowled by Millington for 14 balls. And Jodie Ann Brown, she was stumped Campbell, bowled Millington, also for no score as well. And as you referenced, Stephanie Taylor is there in 4 from 19. And Natasha McLean, 29 from 33. That's the update so far. As we have check the bowler coming in.
Number 14, a change of bowler, Ashmini Munisa. And she'll be coming from the Lozak Road end. And she'll be doing right arm spin, full toss into Stephanie Taylor. She drives into the extra cover, but she doesn't penetrate.
Come on, Ash, come on.
Game on, is it?
Up, down,
Score
come
remains
on, girls.
43 for 3 in the 14th over.
Oh, yes,
And here's
Ashay.
Stephanie Taylor coming
Better.
forward, very cautiously
come on,
indeed,
girls,
playing that
come on,
one back
girls.
down the track. Munisa fields to her own bowling. And the recovery starts the Jamaican team, the Monarch.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and I think they were 8 for 3 at one point.
And here is Stephanie Taylor playing it into the covers, picking up a single. Her personal tally
Come on,
goes
girls,
up
come on,
to
girls.
5 from 22, 44 for 3,
Come on, Ash, come on,
the
Ash.
Jamaicans.
Come on, Ash, come on.
Monisa,
Stop.
that one a little fuller just on the leg. And McLean clips it
Come on,
off
girls, come on,
into the
girls.
mid-wicket region. And they
Back up,
just
back up, back
basically
up.
scamper through for a
Come on,
single.
girls, come on.
The Guyanese could ill afford for this partnership to develop. On the other hand, the Jamaicans will want that to happen for them to have a fighting chance. Outside the off stump, Taylor allowing that one to go through.
Come on, girls, come on, girls.
Jamaica winning their first game, losing their second to against Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados will want to win this. Stephanie Taylor, she gets back and she snaps that one. So they recover region, pick up one, and they'll get 2 easily. She goes on to 7 from 23 balls, 24 balls. And Natasha McLean, she's on 30 from 35 at the end of the 14th over, 47 for 3.
And just taking a look back at the games last Friday, out in St. Paul's, Trinidad and Tobago had another close victory. They defeated the Windward Islands, who had won 2 of 2 in the first couple of matches, won by 2 wickets with 69 balls to spare.
Come on, Grimmy.
Leeward's against Guyana. I pause as
And
we
Grimond
start of a new over.
into McLean. She comes forward, plays it back down the track. Grimmer moves 2 steps, 2 paces to her left and collect. And she turns again, sees McLean is ready, and she's in right arm off spin. And McLean one chip down, going into the wideish long off region. And the fielder running around,
Come on, girls, come on, girls.
only allowing them to get a single.
What is your?
And Natasha McLean, she goes to 31, no doubt, eye and a half century. Stephanie Taylor had some injury concerns on Friday. She didn't bat. She had to leave the field while the Barbadians were batting. And there was some concern, but I guess with the Saturday, Sunday off, Monarch being able to come up with some recovery. It's Grimman again on the center stop. Brings Stephanie Taylor forward. Ball going out to forward square. And the fielder from backward square having to run around, and Stephanie Taylor actually looking for the single. And McLean not as quick as Stephanie, not accepting the invitation. Grimman a little fuller. Taylor drives,
Keep going, girls.
stops by Grimond, bounces off and goes to the extra cover, comes around and relays the ball back to Grimond. Here she is again. A little fuller, and that one beating the inside edge of Taylor.
That turn. It turned.
She wondered what happened
Watch it.
and playing down the wrong line on that occasion, Monarch. But she's there and she lives to fight another day.
Keep working.
And another over, another ball.
How much you come?
Shinetta Grimmond,
One skip.
8 for none from 1.5. And this one dropping center and coming around, going down the leg side. Stephanie Taylor pulling. And that one perhaps taking the edge. Yes, it did take the edge. And it came back to the first slip, who made a valiant effort to make a catch out of it. She wasn't able to. And the batters run through for a single. 49 for 3 at the end of 15.
Moving slow, girls. Come on.
So the Jamaicans are definitely picking up the pace here right now. I mean, they were literally scoring at 1 run and over, in the first 3 or 4 overs. Now they're at 3.27. Not quite adequate, but, a lot better than it was before. 49 for 3. And we have a new over starting, the 16th over that is, starting from the southern end.
Monisa, she's bowling her second over to Skipper Tiffany Taylor. She's coming forward, driving, squee on the offside. Mandit is running around from the backward point region. Picks up, sends it back to Monisa. 4 without loss was her tally.
Good.
Stephanie Taylor coming forward, playing that one back down to Monisa. And she's going to work again for her country into Taylor. And that one a little wider. Taylor comes forward and she spanks it. Square on the offside. And Mentor coming in from the cover boundary, moving to her left, only allows a single. It brings McLean, who is on 31 from 37, into strike. That one a little fuller, a little flatter. Coming forward, plays it to the extra cover region, who runs around to her right.
Come on, girls. Come on, girls.
Doesn't allow a single. It's looking a little overcast, Monarch.
A little overcast.
And here is McLean edging into the first slip, Monarch. Coming across, edging, she stands in disappointment. That one taken acrobatically by Mandy Mango in first slip, holding on, and the umpire Carl Tuckett is now signaling water break. McLean very disappointed. She knew that both herself and Stephanie Taylor had the weight of the Jamaican team on their shoulders after being losing 3 early wickets. Very stiff position.
After 3 for 8, looks like they put on about maybe 31 or 32 runs for the 4th wicket. Unfortunately, that partnership is broken, and McLean goes back to the pavilion for 31, 50 for 4. So they did bring up the 50. The current run rate is 3.16, and at this rate, the projected score is 158. So we'll wait to see what happens. Now, Shadeen Nation comes to the crease, and she's no slouch with the bat either. I saw her play out in St. Paul's, and she did very well. So I'm hoping to see another good innings from her today, along with Stephanie Taylor, who's been, taking her time. And I think that she recognizes that there's quite a few overs to go still. And so there's no need to give your wicket away at this particular time.
Natasha McLean coming in at number 4. Striking 31 from 39 balls. And giving it away really in the end, trying to squeeze some runs. Yes, they need to get runs, but you still have to be cautious Not a very good position now, 50 for 4, but much better than it was. Being around 8 down for 8 wickets for 3 runs.
Absolutely. And the players are taking a drinks break. So too are the umpires. And we have the ground staff here at Warner Park just remarking the crease as they normally do during these breaks. And as I was saying earlier, of course, there's a lot of cricket to come here at Warner Park. Starting with, of course, the Leeward Islands Masters Tournament coming up on the 26th of May. That's this month, the 26th. And it lasts until the 28th, if I'm not mistaken. So Leeward Islands Masters Tournament over that weekend. Then, of course, there's all these activities that's coming up in St. Kitts and Nevis. So, hey, if you're watching, if you're listening, come on down. This is where this is what we call the summer of fun. Not only sports, but we have big time entertainment as well. Forget our 25th anniversary music festival comes up at the end of June, featuring, of course, Burna Boy and Air Supply.
Oh, yes, Ashay!
And this one is pulling the skipper forward, brings up the end of the over. Monisa 5 overs for 1 wicket, and she's conceded 2 runs. Sorry, 2 overs. 1 for 5, conceded 5 runs and 1 wicket.
All right, well, another powerful team of batters at the crease for Jamaica. Shady Nation just getting started. And, of course, Stephanie Taylor is there, biding her time. I mean, we know that she has a wealth of international experience and at one point was considered to be the top women all-rounder in the world.
And here is Grimmond bringing it forward, missing. Collected by the keeper who flicks the bails off. But she's well grounded, Stephanie Taylor. And she remains on 9 from 32. A lot of work needed by these two to give Jamaica a fighting chance. A little shot, turning into the leg side, dropping outside the off stump. And she pulls it around back with a square. They run through easily for 2. Taking the score on to 52 for the loss of 4. And a 42-run partnership, actually, Mona, between McLean and Stephanie Taylor.
Yes, because they were 8 for 3. I don't know, I said 32, so I think my math was off quite a bit there.
Grimmond in once more to Taylor. She tosses it up just outside the off stump. She comes forward and more or less caresses that one into the cover region. The fielder coming off the cover boundary, trots in, picks it up, sends it back after a single would have been had. It brings Shady Nation now into face Grimmond. Some fielding adjustment. The backward point comes around to the mid-wicket region. One slip, backward point. Cover on the boundary, mid-off. And that one turning into the leg side. Nation trying to work it around, not making contact. Ball hitting her in the abdomen. The keeper runs around to the left, collect. Grimmond. And this one is wide outside the off stump and goes slashing at it is Nation. She collects, but she isn't able to penetrate the fielder who runs in from the boundary. So she moves off the mark, Nation, and takes the Jamaican score after being asked to bat 54 for the loss of 4. Grimmond into skipper Stephanie Taylor coming forward. Plays it into the offside. And it brings up the end of the 17th over. 54 for the loss of 4, the Jamaicans.
And for the fall of wickets so far, 2 for 1. The fourth ball of that first over, Rashida Williams. 6 for 2. 8 for 3. And then 50 for 4. Of course, and in the bowling, Ghaznabi has 6 overs, no maidens, 19 runs or 1 wicket. Millington, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 17 runs, and she's picked up 2 wickets. Pause here for the start of this over.
Into Nation, she comes forward, plays it back down the track. No harm done.
And Grimon, 3 overs for 13 runs. And Monisar, 2 overs for 5 runs with 1 wicket.
And here she again, Money's outside, the leg stump, and Nation pulls it around backwards square. Fielder runs around and collect, returns it to the keeper, Latchman that is. And Stephanie Taylor, she picks up her 12th run. That's Shelley Nation picking up her 2nd run. Taylor on 12 with strike coming forward. And there's an appeal. She turns that one around the leg stump, leg side, wondering for a second. It isn't there. And the score is kept on 55 for 4. A lot of work needs to be done now by these two to really give the Jamaicans a fighting chance. Here's Monisa again. There's a loud appeal. Just outside the off stump coming in. Nation coming forward, missing that one. And umpire Tuckett nodding negatively. Monisa will work again for the Guyanese. And here is Nation whipping that one to the cover, running down the track. And bouncing just in front of her, she played Nation, taking off her single, and that one whipped back in by Grimond. And Nation had to hustle to get back in. Monisa, final ball of her 3rd over. And she's out, caught and bowled.
Very casual.
A soft dismissal, some may say, Mona.
Yes, and she definitely showed her disappointment with that shot. She was reaching for it outside the off stump. Maybe a delivery, considering how many more deliveries to be bowled in this game. Probably a delivery she could have, just let go or push it out to the fielder there at extra cover. Instead, she drove at the ball outside the off stump, stretching at it, couldn't get the force behind it, and it just went back up to the bowler. An easy but innocuous decision as well, or dismissal, I should say. Number 11 comes to the crease, and Jamaica has gone back to struggling a little bit more at 56 for 5. So after a 42-run partnership between McLean and Taylor, Jamaica has since lost 2 wickets, 2 of their top batters, including, of course, McLean for 31, and now Nation for just 3 runs.
That's it.
Yes, and that brings Naisha and Waysome into the crease, but she's the non-striker as we see Grimond. Into Taylor, that one spinning down the leg side. A white bead signaled by umpire Laborde. And Grimond, she is definitely getting some turn. That one dropping just about center and off. And turning down the leg side. Here she is again. Outside the off stump coming in. And Taylor,
bounced a little
wondering
bit.
what was happening with that. Caught her by surprise, it looks like.
Correct. And, she played with soft hands, but it was very close to the keeper. Very close to the keeper, in the air, that is.
And Grimond really extracting something from the pitch, and that one straight, a little wider, allowing it to go through to the keeper is Stephanie. She wouldn't be pulled into the temptation. Grimond. Fuller turning again from outside the off stump. And there's a single direct hit, but Waysome was home already. And Grimond really getting some turn, Mona.
Yeah, and there was some uncertainty about the run. But yes, there seems to be some assistance for the bowlers at especially the northern end, where Grimon is bowling from. Gajnabi opened the bowl in there as well, and even though it's pace versus spin, she too got some assistance at time, considerable unusual bounce to the batsman, and she kept pushing it outside the off stump. As a result, I think 3 of her 4 or 5 wides were from balls bowled outside the off stump. So Waysome will be taking her first ball from Grimon, coming in from the pavilion end.
That one looked up and not out easily. Outside the off stump, and Grayson, a tall lady, coming forward, pushing outside the off stump. Impact outside the off stump. And even if the ball were to go on to hit the wicket, because playing a shot outside the off stump, it will be easily not out. Grumman works again. That one closer to the stump. As a matter of fact, just about center on off, turning down the leg side. Will it run away to the boundary? Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. A beautiful chase there by the fielder, we'll tell you in a minute. And that's 2 leg byes, actually. Signaled by Laborde. And a very, very good chase from the fielder in first slip. Monarch, we'll tell you the name in a minute. And here is Grimman. Again, no on the leg side. We're turning down the leg side, and wide being signaled now by umpire Laborde. Definitely getting some turn, and some good turn is Grimman bowling right arm off spin over the wicket.
But pitching a little bit too much center.
Exactly.
So the ball keeps turning down the leg side, last 2. That's exactly what happened, resulting in 3 runs.
And this one tosses up full. Waysome coming forward, plays it backward square. No run. It's the end of the 19th over, 61 for 5.
And just taking a look at the leaderboard for the tournament, of course, this is the CG Insurance Women's Super 50 Cup. Barbados, after the first 3 rounds, Barbados out front with 12 points. They've won all their games. Winwood's in second place. They've with 8 points. Trinidad and Tobago behind them also with 8 points. Of course, net run rate determines who is second and who is third. Guyana, they have 4 points.
Stop that,
Jamaica,
stop that.
4.
Good.
And the Leewards are in the cellar without any points.
Come on, Tilly. Come on, Tilly.
So we
Go on, girls. Keep going, girls. Keep going, girls.
Going to be Manasar again.
Middle.
Yeah, that's middle.
Leg.
She will be bowling to Waysome, who has only faced 3 balls yet to get off the mark. Stephanie Taylor, a non-striker. Here's Munisa, bringing Waysome forward, struck on the pad. A soft question being asked by Munisa, but umpire took it, not really interested, as Munisa will walk again. And here is Waysome standing straight. Excitement out there, Mona.
Yeah, Waysome doesn't look like she's planning to last very long. But she's batting at number 7. Must have some kind of capabilities, as we see Munisa bowling wide one outside the off stump.
She's into her 4th over, Monisa. She's picked up 2 wickets for 9 runs. And here she is again.
Oh, yes,
Bringing Waysome forward defensively just outside the off stump. Playing it into the onside. No harm done. 63 for the loss of 5 wickets. The Jamaicans after being asked to bat by the Guyanese. And this one a little flatter, a little faster. Just outside the off stump. And Waysome to the match of it. Playing it into the first slip. And unable to beat the first slip. And this one, Waysome is going lobbing over the mid-on region. Will it run into the boundary? No, it doesn't. A beautiful chase there again. And Waysome only picking up 2 runs. A very hefty loft. Perhaps not getting the timing right, Monarch, on that occasion.
No, I don't think she's gotten the timing right on many of the balls that she's faced so far.
And I'll now welcome Gary into the ball by ball while I slip over to the commentary position, the comments position.
So Guyana continue to tighten the screw here at the Warner Park Stadium there. The Jamaicans 65 for 5 after 20 overs. The captain Stephanie Taylor is still there. So it will be Grimmond who will continue from the media center end. Short caught at backward square. It was a short ball and Stephanie Taylor was looking to probably hit it somewhere out down into the grass banks, but she got it straight down to the square leg area. She's out caught and Jamaica continue to struggle. They are 65 for 6 at the start of over number 21.
A very good wicket to get the captain. She hasn't been in fine nick and has been sporting an injury throughout the tournament. She didn't complete the feeling of the Barbados innings and she didn't bat on Friday. Would have been getting a bit of rest Saturday, Sunday, and perhaps back to full fitness or close thereof. And that one, Gary, really turning around. We've been seeing Grimmond getting a lot of balls to turn from off to leg. And pulling at that one and only getting it as far as backward square. The fielder just stood, open hands, collected it, easy as Monday morning. And the Jamaicans, they sink further into trouble, 65 for the loss of 6.
So Campbell has replaced her captain. So Jamaica will have a lot of work to do if they have to put up a good total. They have lost the cream of their batting. So we're just down to the lower order. Campbell. And we still have some 29.5 overs remaining. And Grimmond she's in her 5th over. She has picked up a wicket, 1 for 16. So Campbell will face up to Grimmond. Outside the off stump, coming back in towards the batter. And Grimmond has been able to get some purchase from this pitch. He has been getting some turn and some bounce. You have seen a couple deliveries dropping just on about the center stump and spinning down the onside. Straighter delivery. Making some height as well. Pushed down into the offside. Jamaica certainly up against it after losing the toss and were inserted by the Guyanese. And they have done very well. Full delivery outside the off stump. Thought about the single. She was driving. Came from the bottom of the bat. Mid-off is in the way. Fields. And there is no chance of a run. Money size at mid-off. Outside the off stump. Spinning back in towards the batsman. Shoulders arm. Not taken by the keeper. And Waysome thinking about a run. Was sent back. Total remains on 65 for 6. In over number 21. Grimmond, she's in her 5th over. Got a wicket to the first ball of the over. No runs so far from the over. Thinking about a single. Was driven down to mid-off. So the over has been completed, over number 21. And Jamaica struggling. They are 65 for 6. Campbell has faced some 5 balls, no run. And Waysome, he's 2 from 8. And Jamaica certainly up against it.
Scoring at a run rate of about 3.17 runs per over with a projected target of some 158 runs. But it's going to take a lot of work to get there. And the Guyanese, they would want to tighten the screws. They wouldn't want this game to slip away. Their tails on their back after defeating the Leewards yesterday by a very, very close encounter.
And Waysome is in behind it. Pushed it back down the strip. So it's Monisar from the far end in a fifth over.
Oh, yes,
And
Ash.
Wisdom is pushing it into the offside. So 2 for 11. Monisar, she's in her fifth over. Still overcast here at Warner Park, and certainly looking gloomy for Jamaica as well. And Wisdom is standing up to a full height. Pushed it into the offside. No chance of a run.
Go on, Ash. Keep going, Ash.
Mangra, she's at the slip. So there's a backward point, the cover on the boundary, extra cover.
Stop it.
Flatter faster.
Come on, Grimmy.
Force into the offside. We get an easy single. Tumbling save at backward point.
Go on, girls. Keep going, girls.
And one more to the total. Goes on to 66 in over number 22.
Come on, Ash. Come on, Ash.
And
Balla.
Wisdom has gone on to 3 with that single. Campbell has placed 5 deliveries.
Oh, it's not.
Beaten outside the off stump. An appeal by captain of the Guyanese team. Tuckett is not interested. 1 delivery remaining in over number 22. Current projected score 151. Worked into the onside. We get an easy single to bring up the end of over number 22. 67 for 6. And with a single, Campbell is off the mark. 2 runs coming from that over from Monisar. So the Guyanese continue to bowl and keep things tight here at Warner Park.
Definitely. We were wondering about the decision to win the toss and field on this batting track, and especially after they would have batted first and won yesterday. But the decision proven most correct by the skipper calling it right. That's Shemaine Campbell, because I'm not certain they would have expected to have Jamaica 67 for 6, but they'll take that any day.
Griman will continue.
Oh, yeah, Grimmy.
Push by Campbell to straightish mid wicket. So Ghaznabi had 6 overs, 1 for 19. Millington 6 overs, 2 for 17. And Campbell pushing the delivery back down the strip on the offside in overcast conditions here at Warner Park. 67 for 6 in over number 23. There's a slip, a backward point. There's extra cover on the mid-off. Wide outside the off stump, coming back in towards Campbell. She just stretches across, watches this pawn through to be taken by the captain of the Guyanese team.
Stop it.
Drive in, back down the strip on the onside, tumbling save by Griman, prevent any possibility of a run. So 4 balls have been delivered in this over, no runs have been scored. 22.4 overs.
Stop it.
Drive in on the bounce. The bowler Griman kept it in front of her. And she be looking to bowl a maiden Campbell. She's on 1. Outside the off stump. It's driven down to deep cover for a single to bring up the end of over number 23. It is 68 for 6. After 23 overs, 1 run coming from the over. Griman has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 17.
And all 4 wickets for all 4 bowlers for the Guyana team, picking up at least 1 wicket so far.
Come on, girls.
Grimmond actually bowling with a lot of intelligence. Bowling it a little wider, a little fuller, a little shorter at times. She's turning big off breaks, bowling the straighter one at times, and really causing the batters to think.
Oh, yes,
Monisar from the far end.
Ball, Ash.
And
Go on, girls. Come on,
Campbell
girls.
is quietly forward. We are the start of over number 24. Flatter faster down the onside. Mangra from slip runs down towards short fine leg. Leg by, signaled by umpire Carly Tuckett, so extras moves on by 1.
Come on, girls. Come on, girls.
The
Come on.
total has progressed to
Keep that
69.
energy, girls. They're coming, girls.
69 over number 24.
Ball, Ash. Ball,
In
Ash.
behind the delivery on the stump, just push it
Go on,
down
girls.
into
Keep
the
going,
offside.
girls. Keep
And
that
Women is hustling back to the top of her mark. Maybe she's trying to dismiss the Jamaicans as quickly as possible. Got a faster take on the pad. Question asks of umpire Tuckett, not interested. And Waysome, who is on 3, she has faced some 14 balls. Campbell has faced 15 for 2 for her 2 runs. A little slower, coming forward, taking on the pad. Tuckett not interested. 1 delivery remaining in over number 6. The 6th over being bowled by Monisa, but we're in over number 24. On the onside, looking to swing it, misses. Good bit of feeling by Mangra, diving away to her left, or running away to her left and diving. A wide has been signaled by umpire Carl Tuckett. A delivery on the leg stump, signal wide. So Extras moves on by 1, and the total has gone on to 70 in over number 24. 1 delivery remaining outside the off stump, playing it. Goes down towards deep cover. The fielder coming in off the boundary. And that's Grimmon, Shanita Grimmon, to bring up the end of over number 24, 71 for 6.
And the Jamaicans, these two, they're batting intelligently, not taking any risks, playing it safe, which they will need to do to try and get the Jamaicans to the projected score of 148 at this current run rate of 3.17. After being 8 wickets down for 3 wickets, 8 runs for 3 wickets, 50 for 4, 56 for 5, 65 for 6, they'll have to claw their way back into this game.
Grimmon will continue. Got a good delivery, making some height as well, turn and bounce. So you've seen Grimmon has been extracting a lot of turn and bounce out of this pitch here at Warner Park. Flatter, faster, turning quickly, sharply into way something struck on the thigh pad, making some height again. And the total remains on 71 for 6 in over number 25. So we're in the halfway stage in terms of the overs. Spinning away down the onside, wide will be signaled by the umpire. So with that extra, total has gone on to 72. Win over number 25, being bowled by Grimmon. Good delivery, straighter, opening the face of the bat, running it into the offside. And no run to the total, 72 for 6. Going through for the single. Return comes in, misses the stump. The batsman wastes some driving and immediately setting off for the run. And the Monisa had a shot at the stump, misses, and the batsman calls for a single, 73 for 6. Guyana versus the Leewards, 108 for 3 after 25 overs. Delivery turning to the onside in the air, but are dropping well short of the fielder to bring up the end of over number 25. And Jamaica scoring 73 for 6 after some 25 overs.
And easy going here, they'll need to pick up the singles. The boundaries, they're not really coming, they're not flowing that much, but they'll have to get the ones and the twos.
Come on, girls.
And the bad balls, the wides will come, and they'll need to stay there and bat, exercise a lot of patience, and not allow themselves to be pulled into any indiscretion.
Come on, team. Come on,
The Barbados team, they are 132 for the loss of 1 from 26.4 overs against the Windward Islands, who won the toss and asked Barbados to bat. So all 3 teams winning the toss and deciding to field today.
Grimmon ball a full delivery. It is being swung into the onside, and Wisdom will get an easy single. With that single, total has gone on 74, and only the Guyanese would be happy with the way things have gone after winning the toss and inserting the opposition. They have been able to pick up some 6 wickets. Faster, taking on the pad, loud appeal, but from this vantage point would have been pitched outside the leg stump and coming back across the right-hander because the left bowling from the far end, the ball will be spinning away from the right-hander.
Come on, Kiss. Come on, Kiss.
Umpire Carly Tuckett not interested in giving that decision in the affirmative, flatter, faster. Campbell just pushed it down into the offside. So it'll be interesting to find out this for Barbados, who is scoring. They would have lost an early wicket. As Scholes. So Scholes is bowling a first over from the far end. So she would have replaced, I think, Monisa from that far end. So Scholes is in the first over. 74 for 6 in over number 26. Scholes flatter, faster. In behind it, there's Campbell. No chance of a run. So that's 1 run being scored so far in the over. Flatter fast, turn it into the onside in the air. And the fielder coming in couldn't take the catch. A ball turning across the right hand. I was looking to turn it into the onside. It went in the air. And the batsman in the end got a single. So with the end of the 26 over, Jamaica 75 for 6.
Very fortuitous there, but because the ball was a slow ball bowled, I guess it didn't carry. Were it to be a lot faster, he would have gone through. And in the Barbados game, Kesey and Knight, she would have opened the batting. She went caught Crofton bowling well for 23 from 40 balls. She struck 3 fours. Hayley Matthews, the captain, opening the batting, she's not out on 58 from 71 balls.
Oh, she's getting a short ball, almost a bouncer. It's spun back in towards the right-hander, a ball making some height. So we've seen, as you have been indicating, the bowler from the middle center end, Grimmon, seemed to extracting a lot of turn and bounce. We saw that one turn and bounce and went over came off the shoulder of the batter as she driving. Tumbling effort down at backward point by Scholes. Total remains on 75 for 6. Win over number 27. Grimmon is in our 8 over 1 for 19. Flighted, as a matter of fact, full. He pushed it down to Ghaznabi at mid-on. And there is no chance to run. So Hayley Matthews amongst the runs again. She's on 64 not out. St. Jamaica Kishona Knight, she's on 35 off the pad. Question asks of the umpire Laborde. She's not interested. The ball was spinning away down the onside. So 75 for 6 in over number 27. Outside the off stump, and Campbell just pushed it into the offside. No chance of a run. So you have seen some 5 deliveries being bowled by Grimmon. No runs have been scored. Final delivery, driving off the outer portion of the bat, tumbling saved by Scholes. But when she fell to the ground, the ball slipped from her hand and has gone down toward the third man area. Campbell thinking about the second. So 1 run to bring up the end of over number 27. It is 76 for 6 Jamaica.
Inching along beautifully, and the projected score now 141, as the run rate has been restricted to 2.81 runs per over. The Guyana is really doing a very good job with tightening the screws, as it were, loosening them a bit, allowing them to go, Jamaicans to go from 8 runs for the loss of 3 wickets to 50 for the loss of 4. And here they are still fighting, Jamaica 76 for 6.
So Scholes will continue from the far end.
Stop it, Casey!
Easily pushed it back down the strip on the offside. The current rate is 2.81. The Jamaicans are scoring it. And outside the off stump taken by the keeper.
Come on, team! Come on,
So we've seen the spinners being able to extract some turn and bounce out of this pitch here to Warner Park.
Oh!
Campbell
Ball, Cassie. Ball,
plays into the
Cassie.
onside. Goes down to the mid-wicket area
Go on, Cass. Keep going, Cass.
where Mandamutu is in the way. Shows flatter, faster, down into the offside.
Come on, Cass. Come on,
So
Cass.
the current runway
Come on, Cass. Keep
2.76.
knocking, Cassie. Keep knocking, Cassie. Come on, girls.
Projected score from here on in is 138 once he can keep wickets in hand. As Scholes round the wicket.
Oh, yes.
Campbell is playing it
Better,
down
better,
to
better.
Mandamutu
Go on,
at the
Cass. Go on,
straightest mid wicket.
Cass.
She feels and there is no chance of a run. We're in over number 28, one delivery remaining. And Campbell just pushed it back down the strip to bring up the end
move,
of
girls, come on,
over
girls.
number 28. And Scholes just bowled 2 overs, none, 2 overs for no runs.
Maiden over there by Schultz, the left arm spinner, getting the balls to move away, and the spinners here extracting some turn, and Grimmon bowling from the pavilion, the media center end, also getting some bounce. There's going to be a change in the bowling now, as we see the number 26.
Latchman.
She'll be coming in to bowl from the CA Paul Southwell Media Center end. A bit of changing in the field.
You bowl, huh? Right, time
She's
over.
bowling to one slip backward point, cover, extra cover, a field on the cover boundary, mid on, mid off, mid wicket on the boundary, backward square.
Come round, come a little tight for me. Come round, come a little tight. Good.
So Latchman has replaced Grimmon from the media center end. So he's the right arm whisping.
Hey. Start now, start now.
She first delivery on this leg stump, pushed into the onside. So we'll wait and see if Latchman will be able to extract the same amount of turn and bounce as Grimmon did. Bad delivery, a short delivery, didn't get up as much as the way some was anticipating, but she was still looking to hit it out of the ground. She missed it, and fortunately for her, it went between her legs and just missed the leg stump.
Yes, indeed, and
No pressure, come on.
that could have taken anything. Way to touch the pad, it could have probably ricocheted back onto the stumps, but that was not to be.
Another bad delivery on the onside, swung in the air, and it will go down towards the back of the square area where Mandamutu, she ran away from the square leg down towards forward of square, and Waysome gets a single. And it's always difficult for right arm wrist spinners to hit a spot early on. They always would give it those few bad deliveries. We have seen 2 short deliveries on the onside, have not been capitalized upon. Another delivery on the leg stump, and Campbell looking to swing into the onside. Keeper moves from behind the stumps to pick up down at the short back of the square area. 77 for 6 in over number 29. 2 balls remaining. Latchman is in a first over from the media center end. Delivery beaten outside the off stump. It got the line and length right on this occasion, and the Campbell was beaten by a beauty.
Indeed, and she seems to have a bit of energy running back to her mark. Latchman excited, want to get through the over.
Over the delivery on the leg stump, wide with signal by umpire aboard. So extras moves down by 1, and the total has progressed with that extra to 78 for 6 in over number 29. The projected score 136. Latchman. Bowls, delivery offside, the off stump spinning away. And Campbell pushed it into the offside to bring up the end of the first over from Latchman, in which we saw 2 runs being scored after 29 overs. Jamaica being inserted by Guyana. That's 78 for 6.
You so correctly said, Gary, wrist spinners, it takes some time for them to actually hit a spot, but when they're on, they're on. And when they're off, they're really off. When they're off, nothing seems to be working for them, but when they're right, when they're on, it looks like anything they throw up. And fighting to get a good line and length on this occasion was Latchman, but that was only her first over.
So Schultz will continue from the far end. And Wisdom is almost, she was coming inside her stumps. Might have gotten baton to that. Polite question asked of umpire Tuckett by Schultz. Wisdom is on 7 from 25 balls. Schultz. Full delivery, pushed into the onside. Down to Manda Mutu at straightest mid wicket. 78 for 6 at the start of over number 30. Loud appeal. Batsman batter coming onto the front foot. They might have been struck outside the off stump or might have gotten some baton to it as well. Her back is turned to us here at the media center end. The shows will continue. She's in a third over, none for 2. Full delivery. Jivan. Return goes down towards the far end, but Wisdom is quickly through. Not collected cleanly by Scholes, so one more to the total. Takes it on to 79 in over number 30. 2 balls remaining. Campbell is coming forward. Push it down into the offside. Down to extra cover. Millington is in the way. So 1 delivery remaining in over number 30. Campbell is on 4 from 38. Flutter. Wide delivery on the onside. Has been signaled. Manga giving chase down to a short fine leg. So extra run. So 2 wides. So 2 will be added to the total. And it has gone on to 81 for 6 with 1 delivery remaining. The projected score, they are currently scoring at 2.72. Flutter, faster, guiding it down to the slip to bring up the end of over number 30. At the end of it, you're listening to City Insurance Women's Cricket from Warner Park. Jamaica being inserted by the Guyanese. They're 81 for 6 after 30.
81 and struggling along. That's just 3 runs coming from that over. The Guyanese, they're really keeping it tight. They're not giving anything away. And for the last few overs, the runs have been somewhat difficult to come by. We haven't had a boundary for some time. And that's the way the skipper, the Guyanese skipper, Charmaine Campbell, will want her team to continue. And the Jamaicans, on the other hand, they will have to fight to score runs as we see Latchman in full outside the off stump and trying to turn that one around the corner. Nicole Campbell not being too happy. No harm done. The score remains on 81 for 6.
So Latchman will continue. Coming onto the front foot. That's Campbell. No run. So we are at the start of over number 31. Jamaica, they were inserted by Guyana. Still overcast here at Warner Park. Latchman. Campbell initially thought about maybe a big drive, then just checked the shot and pushed it down into the offside. And Guyana would want to try and pick up the remaining 4 wickets. You don't want to allow the Jamaicans to bat the 50 overs because these 2 batsmen look intend on batting as many overs as possible. Delivery spinning away outside the off stump, probably coming from the outer portion of the bat as the batsman looking to turn it into the onside. And Mango at slip, moving away to her right, completed the fielding. Last man is in the second over from this the media center end. No runs have been scored so far. Full delivery, the batter looking to swing into the onside. That's Campbell, her eyes open wide, and she missed it. The keeper also didn't collect it cleanly, but it was a full delivery, and Campbell didn't capitalize on that. So the total remains on 81 for 6 with 1 delivery remaining in over number 31. Short, swing into the onside. Goes down towards Millington, who comes in off the mid-wicket fence, or a single to bring up the end of over number 31, 86 or 82 for 6 after 31.
that full ball, Gary, Campbell missed it, but it also missed the stumps, very close to the stumps going through to the keeper. And we've often heard that a full ball in limited overs cricket, it's a very good ball.
on, girls,
And
come
quite
on.
often the batters don't get it away, and they do get wickets. We always hear bad ball, always get good wickets. Well, I shouldn't say always, sometimes get good wickets. And the Jamaicans again being made to work hard, just one run coming off the last over.
So Shoals will continue from the far end.
Stop it.
And at the end of that over, we saw the emergency fielder came onto the field. She would have brought some
Go on, girls. Keep going,
refreshment
girls.
for the batters and maybe some instructions as well. And most likely have been instructed to try and bat the 50 overs and see how many runs they can get.
Stop that, Casey.
It's driving straight back down the strip. Broke the stumps at the far end.
Come on, girls. Come on, girls.
And
Come on,
no
girls.
chance of
Come on,
a
girls.
run. So the instructions
Come on,
coming from the
Casey, come on,
dressing room
Casey.
of the Jamaican team would be to these two players to try and bat as many overs as possible and see how many runs you can get without being too rash. They have lost 8 wickets. We're in over number 32. There's a slip, a backward point, cover on the boundary, extra cover on the mid-off. Ball spinning away outside the off-stump. The
Come on, girls,
batter
come on, girls,
looking to
come on,
turn
girls.
it, play it into the onside. And taken behind by the keeper. Shoals is in her third over, none for or fourth over, none for 5. Delivery outside the off-stump. I think the batter is trying to play the line of a delivery because the balls are pitching on the leg stump or center stump, and she's looking to play them into the onside while the ball is spinning across her, going down towards the offside. A delivery wide with signal, this time pitch further outside the leg stump, didn't get as much turn as she has been extracting on the center stump, so wide has been signaled. And extra moves on by 1, and the total has gone to 83 for 6. Projected score 131.
Stop it, Fluff.
Campbell is driving
Come on, girls.
to
Come
the
on.
offside down 2 Millington at cover. She feels. So Shoals continuing to keep things tight. She's in the 4th over. Just a wide in bowl, flatter, faster. Campbell forces back down the strip on the offside to bring up the end of over number 32. 83 for 6. Quite slow going for the Jamaicans. They've not been able to pick up runs in the last few overs, but the two batters are still there fighting for Jamaica.
Definitely, you could only get runs while you're out in the middle. And I agree with you. The message, no doubt, stay there. Once you're there, we will get runs. And these batters not seemingly so aggressive with the
Keep going, girls. Keep going, girls.
their batting. But then the bowlers must be commended as well.
Batsman bowls a delivery on the off stump,
Come on, girls. Come on, girls. Come on, girls.
and Waysome standing up to a full height. Ball came from the inner portion of the bat. Lashman is running back to the top of the mark. We'll be trying to get these overs as quickly as possible in. Outside the off stump, in the air, down to mid-off. The catch is dropped by Grimmon at mid-off with a short delivery, played high in the air. Grimmon had to run away to her left from a deepish mid-off. She got to it but couldn't hold on to the catch. So a chance going a big in for the Guyanese. And they get a single. The total moves on to 84. Full delivery. Campbell is tugging it into the onside of the strip. The bowler moved across to her left or to her right, she feels. So chance going down in that over. Latchman.
Oh, yes.
Campbell is hurriedly in behind a flatter, faster delivery into the offside. The keeper Campbell coming from behind the stumps to pick up. And there is no run. Projected score 129 from here on in. Outside the off stump is opening the face of the bat. Down to third man. Scholes makes a tumbling save. 1 more to the total. Takes it on to 85. 85 for 6 with 1 delivery remaining in over number 33. Wisdom is coming easily forward to bring up the end of over number 33. Jamaica inserted there 85 for 6.
Could have been 85 for 7 with that drop chance, easy drop catch, and Latchman, no doubt, very disappointed because that would have been her first wicket for the game, but more so, it would have brought the Jamaicans' innings closer to an end. With some 17 overs to go, the current run rate 2.78, so they can get to 129 were things to remain as they are at the moment. However, this is lovely cricket. We don't know how it will work out, and it doesn't work out how we always think. The Jamaicans, they have some work to do now, Gary. As we see Millington brought back into Campbell, comes forward, punches that one into the offside. No harm being done. Millington, she has had 6 overs so far, picked up 2 wickets for 17 runs. And the skipper Campbell behind the stumps reintroducing her. And that one is short. Campbell comes forward, pulls it backward of square. They get 1. They will get 2 easily. As the mid-wicket bound, the field on the mid-wicket boundary, Latchman, she runs around to her right and fields, and the score goes on to 87 for the loss of 6. Millington again from the Lozako end. A little short, and here's Campbell going aerially but safe. Wide off the mid-on fielder. Runs around and retrieves the ball, sends it back in. But she doesn't restrict or prevent Campbell from picking up a single to go to 9 from 56 balls. It brings Waysome, who is also on 9, but from 32 balls into strike. It's Millington. And that one a little fuller, a little straighter.
Come on, girls.
Waysome standing tall, playing it onto the offside. There isn't any chance of a run. 88 for the loss of 6. The Jamaicans after being asked to bat. Faster, flatter. And here, some excitement about a run out, but both runners setting off early. Very positive running. And Waysome calling, Campbell responding. Takes the single, takes the score on to 89 for the loss of 6. Nicole Campbell, who is on 9, she's in strike. And this one just about center on leg, and the question being asked of Campbell, of umpire Tuckett, and not interested. It brings up the end of the over, Gary, 89 for 6.
A bit high, he was shocked, but it was a bit high, and umpire Tuckett made the right decision. So we saw some 4 runs coming from that over, and the 2 Jamaicans with 16 overs remaining, and if they score at the current run rate, it will take them to 131, and that may not be enough if they are to win against the Guyanese. And the Guyanese, on the other hand, I'm sure want to see how quickly they can pick up the remaining wickets. Captain Campbell has made a change at this end. She has brought back Gajnabi, who had bowled, who got some 6 overs in her first spell, 1 for 19. So she has been brought back into the attack from this the center end. There has been a change in the field. The fielder at backward square has gone down toward the short third-man area, and mid-wicket has gone down to backward square.
Gajnami steams in from the media center end, and taking the edge is Waysome, but not carrying through. Diving away to her left, but not being able to get there, Gary.
Dropping just in front of Mango at slip. She's a bit deep. Maybe she was a bit closer, a little closer, she would have been able to take that catch.
Waysome lives on to fight another ball, and here's Waysome going aerially, high lofted. 2 fielders are converging, and the ball dropped there, settling in the hands of the number 14 player. That's Munasa, and the bowler running around into a mid-off position, Gary.
There was no communication between the bowler and the fielder at mid-on. It should have been the fielder at mid-on catch. She was coming in. The bowler was running back trying to take the catch, and the Ghaznabi, she's on the ground. Maybe she might have run into the other fielder, but obviously there was no communication between the two. Ghaznabi maybe thinking that she would have been able to take the catch of her own bowling, but it would have been better for the fielder coming in as Monisa to have taken the catch. She got to it in the end, but she couldn't hold on to it, and Ghaznabi in the process might have hurt herself. She probably fell onto the ground and maybe more in disappointment than anything else, Biff.
Ghaznabi seemingly thinking that it ought to have been her catch, but running in the same direction as the ball is always going to be very challenging. And the ball did drop into the hands of Monisa, but the impact would have caused it to pop out, and that could have easily been 90 for 7. Another nail in the coffin for the Jamaicans. But you're not missing any cricket. The players are down, gathered around Ghaznabi.
Yeah, that using the opportunity for a water break, and in the meantime, the ground staff, they have gone into the middle as well to brighten up the creases in the middle. So it's still, even though it's overcast, it's still a bit humid on the outside, and the players are using the opportunity for refreshment. But lack of communication between the two fielders resulted in the catch being dropped. So we have seen 2 chances going down in recent times, at mid-off and now at mid-on. So maybe the Jamaican batters are looking to get on with it. You saw that Waysome was looking to hit that out of the ground. She was not to the pitch, and the ball went high in the air. So I don't know if the message from the Jamaican dressing room was to try and go after the bowling. But I'm sure you would want to try and bat out the overs. You wouldn't want to be dismissed, even though you would have lost some 6 wickets. And based on the projected score, you can get up to 130. And if you could get some good overs, other good overs, you could get closer to 150 if possible. But the water break has been concluded, and the players are now making their way back to their respective positions, and as the ground staff also making their way off the field of play. And the Jamaicans will want to continue to see how many more runs they can put on the scorecard.
We are reminded of the adage, catches win matches, and 2 chances going a begging. Were it to be taken, it could have been 90 for the loss of 8, but that was not to be. And we are going to be seeing play resuming in a moment with the Jamaicans 90 for 6 from 34.2 overs after being asked to bat by the Guyanese. And the Guyanese coming off of a 1-run victory over the Leeward Islands yesterday, as Ghaznabi, she continues from the CA Paul Southwell media end. That one a little straighter, a little shorter. But Campbell coming forward and pushes it back down the track.
It was actually on Friday. Friday was the game.
Just wanted
Today's
to make
one of the long weekend. Maybe the Mother's Day yesterday have you a bit confused.
I just wanted to make sure you're listening, Gary. And it's Ghaznabi again. That one a little fuller outside the off stump, playing at that one and missing Campbell. They go through for a single, and she's run out actually. That's Waysome. She responded, but not as quickly as she ought to have. I'm not certain that was really a single. And the first slip, as Mangwa, she missed the ball first time, and then getting up quite quickly, very acrobatic is Mangwa, and getting the ball into the keeper, and Waysome was found wanting.
So Jamaica losing their 7th wicket with a score on 90. It was a ball on the off stump, and Campbell went for the drive. She missed it. The keeper didn't collect as well. He went behind her, and Mangwa at first slip running back quickly had the return into the keeper, and he found Waysome short of the ground. Umpire Kali targeted square leg, indicating that she was run out. So Jamaica 94-7, and the new batter for the Jamaican team.
That's the middle.
For
Right
Jamaica. Watts, the new batter for Jamaica is Watts.
And she faces Ghaznabi. Comes forward and she plays that one on, looking like the number number 3 bat, the way she came forward and played that one down.
Keep going, guys.
A little bounce there for Gajnabi.
Yeah, that one made some height off the pitch as well. And Watts was in behind it, even though it came from the outer half of the bat. She was looking to get in line.
Gajnabi again into Watts. Outside the off stump and Watts that drives beautifully, does what?
Back up, back up, back up.
Gets it through the covers, but she'll only pick up one, looking like a seasoned batter there, Gary.
Good shot. The ball on the off stump, and she drove it crisply into the offside. And so maybe Watts will bring some entertainment to her teammates. A good shot to take her off the mark to bring up the end of over number 35, 91 for 7. Trinidad and Tobago 146 for 4 in over number 33.
Yes,
And the Barbados 165 for 2
Middle.
after over number
Good,
34.
good.
So it's 16
Good.
overs remaining.
Come on,
The Barbados team will looking to score in excess of 250. And the Trinidad team will also look to get close to 200 as well.
And it's now Millington.
Get it!
And here is Watts driving outside the off stump, moving smartly to her right. Is that Gajnabi? We'll have to wait and see, but moving smartly to her right and picking up the catch easily. A lovely catch. And the Jamaicans losing another wicket.
So Watts has been dismissed. A delivery outside the off stump. She went into the big drive, and it's looked like Grimond who would have taken the catch. Or is it Grimond? As Monisar at cover would have taken the catch. It was outside the off stump, and he drove it in the air. That's Watts, and caught. So 8 wickets have gone down for the 8th wicket
What time you want together?
has gone down for the Jamaicans. So the new batter for Jamaica, Wilmot, she's one of the opening bowlers for Jamaica. So they are 91 for 18 over number 36.
And the Jamaicans thinking about getting to the century in the first, getting to 100 in the first instance, and seeing how far they could get beyond that. The Guyanese will have different ideas. And here is Millington again. A little shot. A little slow, just about center stump, but popping up a bit. And there wasn't an appeal. And Millington, three wickets so far into her 8th over, giving up 21 runs. Here is Watts coming forward and Wilmot coming forward, playing it square on the offside. And no harm done. The Guyanese really liking the position they're at, no doubt. And here is Wilmot coming forward to that one from Millington. No harm done.
Come on, Fluff.
And the scoring really slowed up for the past few overs, Gary.
No!
And that one popping up a bit, and Wilmot comes forward, plays it good in the end.
Keep going, girls. Keep
It
going,
goes
girls.
squarish onto the onside. And no harm done. As Madam Mutu
How is that?
picks it up, and here is Wilmot coming forward. A soft appeal. It's the end of the over. 91 for 8. The Jamaicans slumping further into some trouble.
So the Jamaicans never really had a healthy run rate, apart from the brief period when McLean struck some boundaries. There always been below what would have been expected. So they after the 36 over, they are 91 for 8. And so the Gajnabi will continue from the media center end.
And steaming away from us outside the off stump. And that was Campbell looking to drive through the offside, not connecting, going through to the keeper. As I now welcome Monarch into the comments position, as it were.
Good afternoon, Biff. It's after 12, so getting close to lunchtime.
Gajnami steams away from us again. Campbell trying to pull that one into the onside, does so, but not being able to beat the mid-on fielder. And the Guyanese, no doubt, very comfortable with where they're at. Gajnami works again for her country. A little wider, a little faster. And here is Campbell getting back and driving that one square, not being able to beat the point.
Working team, keep working team.
And the ball relayed to the bowler via the mid-off.
Is the mic open? The mic?
7.3 overs so far, Gajnabi. And here is Campbell playing aerially. The ball drops safely. They pick up one and that's all they'll get. The backward point and the cover trying to chase and converge on it, but not quick enough. And Campbell, she goes on to 10 from 63 balls. It brings Kate, who is yet to score from 5 balls, into strike. Gajnabi, she has had just the 1 wicket for 22 runs from her 7.4 overs. She works again, right arm over. A little shorter, and here is Wilmot pulling, not making any contact. The ball goes down to third man. They'll pick up a leg by, and the Jamaicans will take them anyhow they come, Monarch. But 92 for 8, the Guyanese will be thinking that they're in control.
No, absolutely. 93 for 8, 36.5 overs.
And here is Kashnami bringing Campbell into the drive, coming off the outer edge, going back with a point, picks up a single. And Campbell, she goes on to 11 from 64, 94 for 8 at the end of the 37th over.
Come on, girls, come on,
Well,
girls.
Campbell seems as if her instructions is to bat the overs out. She is 11 from 64 balls, so she's been there quite a while. And in looking at the other scores that we see coming in, Barbados are 172 for 2, that is. And Trinidad and Tobago, they're playing against, Barbados playing against the Windward Islands. And Trinidad and Tobago 152 for 4, playing against the Leeward Islands.
Millington bringing Campbell forward, missing that one, going through to the keeper. And it's Millington again from the Ozakwood end.
Good.
Campbell comes forward,
Come on, girls,
drives
come on,
into the onside. Mid wicket comes around the field. No harm done. Campbell been there for a bit. 11 runs from 64 balls. Here she's standing tall, coming off the edge, did it?
Yes, it.
And Mangro diving to her right, to her left, but not able to come up with it.
Getting her left hand to it, and I see the keeper is now kind of repositioning her just a little bit.
And it's Millington causing Campbell to stand tall and driving it into the onside. No harm done. Mangro full of life, very petite.
Bowling, ooh.
And here is Campbell, that one coming off the outer edge, going into the onside. The shot, mid-wicket runs around the field and sent back by Wilmot. 94 for the loss of 8 at the end of over number... Oh, forgive me, it's not the end of the over. Now it's the end of the over. And that one going through without harm. 94 for 8 from 38 overs.
Well, Millington and Gashnabi, they opened the ball in and did very well, having Jamaica at 1 point 8 for 3. Since they've come back, a couple of wickets have fallen, and Jamaica is definitely struggling right now to get any kind of reasonable score. At the current run rate, they're only going to scratch 124. Current run rate, of course, is 2.47.
It's Ghanami again, and Wilmot pulling and missing. That one catching her in the tummy region. She walks away, she rubs her. She's fine. She's back to face again. Gajnabi, 1 for 23 from 8 overs before this. She steams in from the CA Paul Southwell. end, and that one a little short and lifting again. Wilmot dropping the bat, taking it on the midsection. And perhaps Gajnabi might be encouraged with the bounce she's getting and the fact that Wilmot may not necessarily be negotiating her well.
Well, I mean, Gajnabi's been bowling well all match.
That one slower, using her head, but just above the leg stump. And Wilmot just watches it, takes the impact on the leg stump, going down the leg side. No harm done, but very intelligent bowling, slowing that one up there.
Yeah.
Perhaps misdirected.
And I think that's what happened earlier with the short one. Wilmot was through her shot way before the ball arrived.
It's Gajnabi once more. Quicker outside the off stump and the keeper standing up. Wilmot trying to step back and pull, but not being able to get anything onto it. Perhaps good for her. She didn't, because it may have come off the edge.
Yep. Wilmot definitely looks like she's about to hand Gajnabi another wicket.
And Gajnabi won't mind as she's now into her fifth ball. And Wilmot goes aerially. And I don't know if it is the commentator's cause. Monarch, you called it.
Again, a short delivery. She did connect this time, but of course not well enough. And her 10-ball vigil has come to an end. She is out, caught off the bowling of Gajnabi. I'm not sure who took the catch. We probably may see a replay of that any minute. But in the meantime, we do have a new batter going to the wicket. And we'll tell you who that is in a minute, just as soon as our number becomes clear to us.
Selena White, number 20.
Selena White, number 20. And while she's getting ready, I was looking at the boundary tracker. I noticed that we're fourth round of matches. Well, in the prior 3 round of matches, we had 256 fours and 23 sixes. Of course, Natasha McLean, who batted earlier today, she has the most sixes with 8, followed, of course, by Haley Matthews 5, Rennie's Boys, Trinidad and Tobago 3.
Gajnabi comes forward a little quicker, going on to leg stump, but White is to the match of it, comes forward. Question being asked of umpire Laborde, who shows no interest. It's the end of the 39th over, 94 for 9.
And just to continue with the leaders in the boundaries, that's fours. Ishona Knight, of course, from Barbados, with 25. Of course, she had that big score, tournament high score so far of 144. Haley Matthews has 17 fours, also from Barbados. Amanda Edwards of the Leeward, she's next with 13.
Oh, yeah.
And here is Millington from the Lozakode end, causing Campbell to stand tall. Play it into the offside. The cover runs in and field. Gajnabi, no harm done. And it's Millington once more.
Catch it, please.
And pulling that one to the mid-on region.
It's coming, girls. Look for it, girls.
Not being able to pick up a run, however.
Come on, Fluffy. Take it there, Fluffy.
Nicole
Take it there.
Campbell,
Come on.
11 from 72 balls. Very patient knock. And coming forward, driving and missing. Beautiful looking shot, but not connecting there. The ball going through to the keeper. No harm done. 94 for 9. Jamaica, after being asked to bat for us. It's Millington once more.
Oh!
Bringing Campbell comprehensively forward. With the defense
Flop.
looking like a number 3 bat at the moment. Here's Millington once more.
Stop it, stop
Fuller,
it.
just about the off stump. And here's Campbell driving down to mid-off. That doesn't pick up a run for effort. Final ball of over number 40 from Millington. A little slower, straighter impact by Campbell, but no harm done. End of over number 40. 94 for 9, Monarch. A projected score of 118.
40 overs have been completed so far. And yes, scoring at 2.35 right now per over. Projected 118. Not bright prospects for Jamaica unless they're able to, have a tearaway session in the next 10 overs. It's the 48 overs. Selena White, the opening bowler, as you say, she will be facing number 3 from
Shineta Grimmon.
It's Grimmon.
Here she goes one. What a bounce that was, Monarch. Where did that come from?
Well, it seems as if, as I said, there's some unusual, and I think they're now looking at the wicket. I didn't see. Well, they're tapping it in now, so the soil must have just come loose with that ball because it bounced really high.
Yes.
And this this is the spinner ball in that Ghaznavi.
Grimmon. And that one a little fuller. And the straighter. And the thing about it, Grimmon actually went down the pitch to tell White, hey, tap the pitch.
Yes. Well,
Beautiful
and
piece of
the bowler came down as well too.
Beautiful piece of sportsmanship. And here is White going, whipping, whopping, and missing everything.
And getting bowled.
And giving Grimmon her second wicket.
And
8.3 overs, 21's 2 wickets. And it also brings up the end of the Jamaican inning for 94.
94.
94 all out the Jamaicans.
Probably a disappointing score from them. White was swinging all over the place, and that ball crashed into off stump. And as a result, we're at the end of the innings, 94 all out, Jamaica, in 40.3 balls. Grimmett ended up with, that was her second wicket, actually. So we're looking at, not sure if there's going to be an early lunch. I think we'll have, it's now, 12:30. Lunch normally it comes at 1:10. So there's 40 minutes. Not sure, but I'm sure we'll be instructed as to exactly what happens. And of course, we'll just wait to give you the scorecard once it becomes available. But Jamaica, 94 all out here at Warner Park in the CG insurance. almost missed it. I don't know what I was going. It's the CG Insurance Women's Super 50 Cup, played in here in St. Kitts, where we're planning to have a summer of fun. And of course, we're going to include our brothers and sisters across the water in Nevis, or Nevis.
And the Guyanese winning the toss and the batting. No doubt they'll be thinking that is a decent total to restrict the Jamaicans. They put down about 3 catches, so it probably could have been less, but that was not to be. But runs on the board are already runs on the board. And perhaps we could give the viewers the scorecard, Monarch. Rashida Williams, she would have opened the batting. She made duck from 4 balls. Her partner, Kenisha Ferrum, she was caught Campbell, bowled Ghaznavi. And the score would have been 2 runs for 1 wicket, 4th ball in the innings. Kenisha Ferrum, the other opener, she was bowled Millington for 4 from 14 balls. That would have been 6 for 2. At 8 for 3, Jodie and Brown stumped Campbell, bowled Millington for 7. Stephanie Taylor, the captain, she was there for a little bit. However, she was caught Latchman, bowled Grimmon for 15 from 41 balls. That was 50 for the loss of 4 in the 16th over. Natasha McLean, the hard-hitting figure, who has had some runs. She was looking good until she popped one to Mangro and off Monasa, 31 from 39 balls. That was 56 for 5. It was then 65 for 6 when Chilean nation was caught and bowled by Manasseh for 2 from 8 deliveries. Naisha, welcome. She was run out 11 from 36 ball. It was then 90 for the loss of 7. 91 for 8. Saw Nicole Campbell being... Sorry, she came not out. And Naisha Waysome, she was run out 11 from 36. Nicole Campbell, she came not out 11 from 76. And Vanessa Watts, she was caught. Ash Munasa bowled Millington for 1 from 3 deliveries. Kate Wilmot caught Munasa bowled Ganabi for a duck from 11 balls. And the last batter out, Selena White bowled Grimond without scoring from 4 balls.
And the bowling figures, Biff, it's Shakibi Ghaznabi, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 23 runs, 2 wickets. Millington, 10 overs, 5 maidens, 21 runs, 3 wickets. Grimond, 8.3 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, 2 wickets. Monisar, 6 overs, 15 runs, 2 wickets. Schultz bowled 4 overs for 6 runs with 1 maiden, and Latchman 3 overs for 5 runs, no maiden. 40.3 overs and 94. Not a very impressive total, but it looks like we're gonna have take lunch now, and then we'll be back, of course, with the chase by the Guyana women in the CG Insurance Women's Super 50 Cup 2023. We're at Warner Park for Guyana versus Jamaica, and we'll be back after lunch.
encouragement from the rest of the fielders. So White is bowling the first over from the middle center end. Good delivery. And she's pushing into the offside. That's so Jamaica made 94 as Watts turned into the onside by McGraw. So it's going to be Realina Grimon is the other opener for the Guyanese as Watts. Flatter, faster delivery, bit of turn and bounce. Struck the batter just above the thigh pad, maybe on the hip area. And she has dropped the bat and just went away down towards the back of the short leg area. So we continue to see some turn and bounce. As I say, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Gary. And we're in the first over. It seemed as if that lunch was a blur. You know, but thanks to the guys who prepared the food, I enjoyed the part of my lunch I had so far.
Short.
Oh, wow.
Just out of the reach of the fielder's square leg, and it goes down towards the back of the square area where McLean normally patrols the boundary on the mid-wicket area. Went over the head of the fielder Brown at square leg to bring up the end of the over. So 2 runs coming from that last ball of the first over for Watts. And the Guyana, they are 2 without loss after 1.
Yes, after 1 over indeed, 2 without loss. And that was a close call, though. I think the fielder may have jumped a little bit too quick. But in the end, it did go over her head and enable Guyana to open their account. 2 without loss after 1 over. McGrew is 2. Grimon, she's getting ready to face from number 11.
So Waysome will open the attack as she did in Connery in the last game for Jamaica. The keeper is Rashada Williams, and Watts is in the slip. She's in first slip, the only slip. So Waysome will be bowling to Realina. Delivery on the off stump, just pushed it down into the offside. Oh, no, there is no chance of a run. So Realina Grimon, she's the other opener for Guyana. And Guyana will looking to get the 95 runs that they require to win. Jamaica will be hoping that they can get some wickets and prevent the Guyanese from marching to victory here at Warner Park. Full delivery into the offside. And the fielder at extra cover, moving across to her right. The Shadi Nation stops it and prevents any possibility of a run. It's very overcast here at Warner Park, Monarch.
It's been that way all day. It's kind of one of those funky days without rain. I mean, there was a big cloud that passed, dark cloud that passed overhead, but didn't result in any kind of rain here.
Waysome got a delivery on the off stump where Relina Grimon was playing at it. She missed it. A bit more pace on that delivery. She probably was beaten for pace on that delivery. So we're in the second over. Jamaica only made 94. Top score of 31 coming from McLean. Delivery on the onside with signal wide by umpire Tuckett at the far end. So extras moved off the mark. 1. The total has progressed to 3. And for Guyana, the bowling, we saw 3 wickets going to Millington, 10 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 21. Ghaznabi, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 23. And 2 wickets also going to Manisaw, 2 for 15 from her 6 overs. Grimon had 2 for 20 from 8.3. With some bowler wide delivery outside the off stump. And she was playing after it, misses, taken behind by the keeper. So Jamaica will have to get wickets quite quickly if they have to put any pressure on Guyana.
Absolutely. I mean, there's will let them bat out the 50 overs. If they would have bat the 50 overs and came 894, then, you know, something definitely is wrong.
Got into the offside hesitation and poor bit of feeling at backward point. And I feel like Nicole Campbell came across to her left. There was hesitation, lack of communication between the two players. Unfortunately for the batters, Campbell didn't pick it up cleanly and they were able to get back in the respective grounds.
Correct. I know because Grimmon started and stopped.
Mango started and
Mango
stopped.
started and stopped as well. And the bad feeling was compounded by a bad throw in as well.
Wide outside the off stump, forces into the offside, goes down to Nation to bring up the end of the second over. 3-4, no loss after 2. The Guyanese needing to make 95 runs to win here against Jamaica.
Well, the required run rate is 1.992, which, you know, should be a walk in the park, but one never knows. When it comes to, you know, cricket, as they say, cricket is a game of, and I choose not the word glorious, but uncertain uncertainties. So we await to see what transpires for the rest of this innings.
The third over has been bowled by Watts outside the off stump, and Mango just playing inside the line. And Mango had a good day in the field. She was feeling well. She was at slip, sometimes at short third man, and she had a good day in the field, hoping to top it up with a good day with the bat as well. Flatter, faster, into the offside, tumbling save, tumbling effort at backward point. If the ball had gone past, it could have gone close to the boundary and I could have gotten at least 2 runs. I feel that backward point made a tumbling effort. Outside the off stump, down towards the backward point area once more. And looks like it's Nicole Campbell at backward point. Watts, Mango standing up tall. She's not a tall lady, but she stood up to her full height and plays it into the offside for Campbell to come in from backward point again. She feels prevents any possibility of a run. Overcast here at Warner Park. Tight defensive shot played by Mango down into the offside. And down to Ferron at extra cover. Flatter, faster, down towards backward point. Campbell is in the way again to bring up the end of another tight over. As a matter of fact, maiden over been bowled by Watts from the intermediate center end. So after 3 overs, 3 without loss.
And just taking a look at some of the other matches, I see Trinidad is marching to their highest score of the tournament against Trinidad and Tobago, that is, against the Leeward Islands, with 1.4 overs to go there, 241 for 5. And the Janaba Joseph, she's 90 not out. So looking towards the second century of the tournament.
Wisdom outside the off stump, a tentative push by Grimmon. That's Realina Grimmon outside the off stump, got it back down the strip on the offside. So the Leewards, after inserting the Trinidad and Tobago team, would be disappointed with their performance. Guyana, on the other hand, after inserting Jamaica, dismissed them for 94. Shot and guided into the offside. Watts from the slip area moved down towards the gully or the short third man area to pick up and prevented any possibility of a run. So Leewards will be disappointed with the performance in the field because the batting have not been doing well, and you win the toss, you're going to insert the opposition?
Exactly. I mean, I'll make whatever and then try to bowl them out.
Right.
Exactly.
As Wisam and really Grimmon just plays it down to captain Stephanie Taylor at mid-wicket, who fields, and there's no chance of run. So when you win toss and you insert a team, you're expecting to dismiss them for a small total or to restrict them as much as possible, not for them to run away and make a big score.
Exactly, and 241 is going to be a monumental total, considering how the Leewards have batted so far in the tournament.
Delivery which is pitched up, and really Goodman is pushing it down to McLean at mid-off, she feels. So all of the teams that would have, the team that would have won the toss in this fourth round would have inserted their position, and Guyana would have been the team that would be more satisfied with their performance. The other two matches, the team that inserted the other team seemed to be under pressure. Delivery that Goodman is pushing into the offside, and the total remains on 3 with 1 delivery remaining in over number 4. Waysome is in a second over, and she will look into bowler maiden. So her 5 previous deliveries, she has not been struck for any run. So Waysome will come into bowl 2. Realina Grimon outside the off thump, playing it square of the wicket, and it will go into the boundary for 4. It was on the off thump, and he played it beautifully square of the wicket down towards the boundary for 4, and with that shot the total has gone on to 7 at the end of over number 4.
Great shot there by Grimon to get her off the mark after 12 deliveries, and so 7 without loss. Nothing much has happened here so far. It's 4 overs gone.
And as we speak, the groundsmen are heading towards the covers. Yes, it's drizzling here at the Warner Park Stadium, so we might have an interruption.
Look like they have. Well, they're uprooting the stump, so we're still, and the covers are coming on. Okay, I thought there was a sprinkle, but not much to tell here on the glass in front of us. But normally the rain comes from our left in the Bird Rock area. I can't. Well, it looks like it's pretty grim up there. It looks like it's raining as well, and I guess the umpires are not taking. Well, they're taking every precaution, especially considering that there was a delay this morning because of a damped wicket, as well. So earlier I was looking at the other matches, and while we await Barbados in their 50 overs against the Windward, 228 for 6. Haley Matthews 74, and Kishana Knight. Actually, Haley Matthews 64, Kishana Knight 55, and Aliyah Ali in 47. So Barbados put in a decent score on the board. I think, after what happened in the last match to the Windwards against Trinidad, where they lost. With Trinidad's last 2 well, not the last 2 batters. I think they had 8 wickets down at the time. I am looking forward, for the Windwards to bounce back in this match. But then again, with Barbados, having top-ranked players in their group, in their team. Maybe a hard thing, but it's going to be a good match. The folks down at St. Paul should really be enjoying themselves for this run chase. And I'm going to switch back just now to see what's up with the Leewards. Are we taking a break?
Yeah, we tell you that the play has been stopped here at Warner Park with the Guyana in search of 95. They are 7 without loss after 4 overs, so we'll take this break, and when we have some play, we will resume the commentary. from straightish mid-wicket. And there is no chance of a run. So the revised target, 67 from 28 overs. So 4 overs were bowled before the break, and they would have scored 7 runs. So they need 24 overs to score 60 runs. Wide, looking to slap into the offside, misses. Taken by the keeper. So Guyana will need further 60 runs to win. Jamaica, they'll have to pick up 10 wickets. Not a good delivery. Turning to the onside to bring up the end of that first over after the long rain break. And it should be an easy target for Guyana.
It should be an easy target, but then again, I mean, you look at that over was a maiden, of course. They can put a lot of pressure on themselves if they don't look to, turn over the score and just turn over the batting as well too. I mean, if you have the same bowler bowling to the same batter over and over, it could cause stagnation and cause you to do something injudicious, and opens the door for Jamaica.
So it's Selena White bowling from the far end.
No.
And Guiman pushing it down towards backward of point. Where Campbell is in the way, she feels. They're presently, so they need another 60. They're presently scoring a 1.35, required rate 2.63. Nothing to worry the Guyanese at this point in time, but as you said, they can bring pressure on themselves if you don't score runs. Short, and it has been swung into the onside. We go for 4. A short delivery, and Guimon swung it through mid-wicket and down towards the boundary for 4.
Well, that's the first of the 60. First runs of the 60 that's needed here by Guyana. And that was, woefully short. Didn't look like she, played an aggressive shot. So I guess it was probably well timed because it actually sped away to the boundary once, it landed beyond the mid-wicket fielder.
So White will continue from the Lozak Road end. Looking to drive, misses, taken behind by the keeper. Probably looking to play it on the onside. Might have been better served to try to push it into the offside, but she was looking to play it through mid-on, and she missed it. Taken by the keeper, Williams. That's Rashada Williams, the keeper for Jamaica. Outside the off-stump, playing at it, taken behind.
And she's
good delivery.
gone.
This time she pushed at it. A quicker delivery, edge found, and the batter has been dismissed. And the Jamaicans have been able to pick up the wicket of Grimmon, caught the wicket for 8.
Yes, and simple, easy dismissal. The ball outside the off stump, pushes her bat out, and gets caught behind for 8. So for Jamaica, it's the first of 10 wickets in that over, and for Guyana, they got a 4 in that over, so first 4 of 60 runs. We'll see who has the wits about them to actually win this game.
The vice captain.
At the crease, the vice captain,
Gajnabi. So she has replaced Grimmon, who was caught at the wicket in this over. And so Selena White making the break for Jamaica. And they'll be hoping good overcast condition, good condition for swing bowling as well. As White, Gajnabi on top of it, guide it down towards Campbell at point, she feels, and there's no chance to run. So we saw White getting a bit of movement and maybe using the conditions wisely.
Yeah, absolutely. She's ensuring that, she moves that ball around based on what's happening in the atmosphere here, where it's been over, it's been cloudy all day.
Delivery short. Gajnabi looking to turn it into the onside, gets it down towards the offside. Keeper picks up to bring up the end of a successful over for Jamaica. White picking up the wicket of Grimond, and Guyana in search of 67 for victory. They are 11 for 1 after 6.
And she picked up that wicket, of course, after she was swung over mid-wicket for 4 runs earlier in the over. So it's going to be an interesting game. I can't imagine that it would come down to the wire. But we'll wait and see. I think the umpire is trying to signal to the scorers who will probably... Okay,
Power
so
play.
it's the power play.
So it's going to be Wilmot who will pick up the attack from the media center end. So she has replaced Watts. So bowl the first over after the resumption after that long week. So maybe Captain Taylor, seeing that White was able to get some movement, she has brought on her medium pacer from this media center end.
And I think that that's a wise idea. And, you know, she comes in now, so let's see how it goes.
Full delivery, drive in, and the air goes down to Taylor, the captain at the mid-off. So there's a slip, a third man, there's a point, cover, extra cover on the mid-off. Then there's a fine leg, mid-wicket, and a mid-on. So it's Wilmot bowling her first over from the media center end. Nice condition for swing bowling. Short delivery, look at the swing into the onside, and she was struck on the pad. It was a short delivery, probably playing a bit too early, and was struck on the thigh pad.
Yeah, and she's walking down to talk to her partner right now, maybe just to kind of take some time to ease that pain. But that was very, very short. And, well, I know the first ball of the over was a rank full toss. And she hit it in the air down to mid-off. So there seems to be some opportunities from this end so far, as it relates to, you know, being able to get some runs.
Wilmot bowls a full delivery on the leg stump, looking to clip it. She misses wide as a signal. So Extras moves on by 1, and the total has gone on to 12. So from the previous delivery that was short, there was a slip in place, but that slip has now been removed. That's what she has been placed at a mid-wicket. There's a long leg, and there's a mid-wicket on the fence. There's also a third man. So Wilmot will bowl to Manga short. Fielder comes in off the boundary. And a single to the total. So it moves on by 1 to 12. And the fielder is away some down on the mid-wicket fence. Came in. 13 for 1 in over number 7. The target is 67. Currently scoring at 2 runs per over. Required rate 2.51. And Wilmot will bowl to the vice captain Gajnabi. Coming forward and driving it back down the strip. The bowler feels to her own bowling. And no damage done. So the revised target is 67 from 28 overs. So we're in over number 7. And they're 13, so they need another 654 runs in 21.2 overs. Gajnabi looking for the single, but I feel Watts coming in quickly from mid-wicket prevents any possibility of a run. And there's no need for the Guyanese to have any run out. I think in the game versus the Windwards, I think, at Connery, they had about 2 run outs in the Guyanese innings, so they wouldn't want to have that misfortune here this afternoon as they're chasing a small target of 67. So Wilmot will go into bowl to Gajnabi. Short, she's swinging to the onside, Wisdom has some running to do. She stops it with a boot, And the cross for 2, so 2 more to the total. Takes it on to 15 for 1 in at the end of over number 7, 15 for 1 in search of 67 Guyana.
Well, slow progress by Guyana, but obviously there's no need to, panic, or no need to try to escalate the scoring. I mean, yes, if it would be nice, but I think that what they need to do is to play each ball on its merit, and hoping that they get through this period of play without losing another wicket.
So current rate 2.14, required rate 2.48. 4 runs coming off the last over. White bowls outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. Might have just played inside the line. Taken behind by keeper Williams. And I'm sure Jamaica will be looking to put some pressure on the Guyanese. And the Guyanese do not want to put pressure on themselves. They want to be relaxed. White, short, has been swung into the onside. He will come back for the second run, as the fielder from long leg had to run across to her right. That's Ferron to her left from long leg down towards back of the square, and they were able to get 2 runs. So 17 for 1. The target is 67, so there's 50 runs away. In over number 8, they have all of 20 overs remaining after this to score some 50 runs. Mangwa just pulling away. She was not quite ready, so White will have to go back to the top of her mark. So the slip fielder has been placed into the onside, so she goes down towards the forward square area, just to the left of the square leg umpire. There's a mid wicket and the mid on. White goes the delivery, looking to play it late down to third man, gets it down to the short third man area. And they get an easy single, so Mangwa with a single moves on by 1 to 6. And it's 18 for 1 in over number 8. Ghaznabi, who is on 2 from 5, will face up to White in a second over. She got a wicket in the first over. Guimon was caught at the wicket. Ghaznabi just guided into the offside for another easy single to the left of Campbell. 1 more to the total, takes it on to 19 in over number 8. You have some 2 balls remaining in this second over, being bowled by Selena from the far end, Selena White. So another change in the field. So the fielder who was placed down at the forward square has now been brought back into the slip area. That's Watts. So White will bowl to Mangwa. Short, swinging to the onside. Captain Taylor moving across to her right. Kept it close to her. Then doing some stretches. Hope that she has not aggravated that injury that she sustained in the early game. So White will continue from the Lozak Road end. Main over number 8, 19 for 1. Required rate 2.38. Mangwa pushes into the offside to bring up the end of the 8th over. And at the end of it, Guyana 19 for 1 in search of 67.
19 for 1. 48 more runs needed. And I think that, it's funny, for some strange reason, I think that the Duckworth-Lewis method seems to almost favors the team that's batting second. I don't know if there's anything that you can do about that. But it's been around for a while. And this is how we resolve cricket on days like these.
And it's a calculation that has created much confusion around, because sometimes you have to make more runs than was actually made by the team. But that's the law, that's the rule. Wilmot driven by guys Nabi down on where McLean is in the way she feels, and total moves on by 1 to 20. So it depends on the number of if you are batting and you're losing wickets, that could hurt you as well. The more wickets you have in hand, it'll be easier for the team batting second. And Jamaica would have made a small score. Then when the interruption came, the Guyanese team, they had not lost any wicket as yet, so that would have worked in their favor as well. Wilmot to Mangra. In behind it, will hustle for a single as the fielders are a bit deep. Watts at mid wicket couldn't stop the run. The keeper coming from behind the stumps as well couldn't stop it. So another easy single. 21 for 1 in over number 9. The target is 67. Required weight 2.34. Need another 46 runs in 118 balls. And they should not require so many balls to make 46. So many deliveries to make 46 runs. Wilmot will have to take some wickets and take them quickly if there's to put pressure on Gajnabi and the Guyana team. Full delivery, there will not be any pressure with that full ball, but it goes down towards Waysam on the boundary. She feels for a single, full delivery, and Gajnabi got it down to mid wicket for a single. 22 for 1 in over number 3.
And you can see that she's mad at herself because a little bit of placement to the left or to the right of the mid wicket fielder, and she would have gotten 4 runs.
Yep. So Wilmot has not looked that threatening since she has come into the attack. She has not been pitching the good line and length. Goes to Magra right up. Magra just pushed it down into the offside, down to extra cover. Where Shadi Nation moved across to her left fields. 22 for 1 in over number 9. You have seen some 3 runs being scored in the 4 balls, 4 deliveries delivered thus far by Wilmot.
Let's go, batsman, let's go.
So we had a rain delay. The player was top around 112. Wilmot getting a delivery on the leg stump. That's Mangra. That's working it down towards the short. Finally gave it. Its keeper went and make a sliding stop. 1 more to the total. Takes it on to 23 for 1 with 1 delivery remaining in over number 9. So they need to make 67 from 28 overs. And we're in over number 9, so we'll have some 19 overs remaining after this to score just 44 runs. Captain Taylor having a quiet word with her bowler, and as a result of that conversation, she has asked the mid-on to go back on the long-on fence. Wilmot to Gajnabi. It's coming forward, pushed it back down the strip to bring up the end of over number 9. At the end of it, you're listening to CG Insurance Super 50 Cricket from Warner Park. Guyana needing 67 for victory. They are 23 for 1.
23 for 1 and inching closer and closer to their target of 67, which of course, I mean, Jamaica can now fault themselves for getting bowled out for 94. And I guess the Guyana's captain is now looking like a genius for
winning a
inserting
toss.
Jamaica when she after she won the toss.
So it's gonna be White. They'll be pushed into the onside. No chance to run. So White is in a start of a second over.
Yeah, and there seems to be some urgency now. Because they're looking to run sharp singles. As a result, the field seems as if that it's gotten a lot closer than what it was in the previous over.
White. Mangra is pushed into the offside. We'll get a single as Nation coming across to our left. Cannot pick it up cleanly. With a single, total has gone on to 24. So all they need to do, because they required with just 2.3 runs, 2.3 runs per over required. So they just need to push the ball to the left and the right of the fielders and pick up the singles.
Absolutely. There's no need for any aggression, even though, you know, in ODI matches you do see aggression from time to time. But no need absolutely at this point.
Mango getting a short delivery, pushed it back on the strip on the onside. So we're in over number 10, 24 for 1. And both matches, this game at Warner Park and the one at Connery was affected by rain. The one down in St. Paul's that was not affected by the rain. Don Chiban driving down to mid on out court. So Gajnavi has given away her hand as the vice captain. She just went down the strip and played it in the air, straight down to McLean, who took a simple catch. And the Guyanese have lost their second wicket with a score on 24.
Yes, and as I said, as we said, there's no need for aggression. She charged the bowler, but couldn't get it any further than mid-off. Easy or soft dismissal. So out comes the next batter.
That's the captain, Campbell.
Captain Campbell. Well, she knows what she has to do.
Sherman Campbell, the captain of the Guyanese team, would want to stay until the end. You don't want to give away your hands and to put unnecessary pressure on your team. I thought that the vice captain played an awful shot, really. Decision to go down the strip to drive.
Yeah.
And played it straight down to mid-off.
A lot of the games that I've done so far has been pretty close. So I don't know why this one seems as if it's heading that way, even though, you know, advantage Guyana at this time.
Oh, and Campbell has given her hands away.
Perished the first
A
ball.
short delivery, and she played it straight into the hands of Campbell at backward point. So Campbell has been out caught at the backward point by Campbell. So Sherman Campbell caught at backward point by Nicole Campbell, and the Guyanese are falling apart here at Warner Park.
It seems that way. I mean, that's basically a giveaway. That was a short ball. You know, the intent was there for the shot, but playing it in the air and straight to the fielder there at backward point. Yeah, so I'm sure the captain is not a happy camper right now. And maybe the Guyana dressing room is not happy right now either, because they could be. And as I said, this game seems as if that it's going to be close.
2 wickets in 2 balls, and the batter
Avoids the hat trick.
that's Mentor avoid the hat trick. So the over has been completed, over number 10, and Guyana, they are 24 for 3.
24 for 3, and definitely struggling a little bit right now. I mean, as I see it, because the runs are not flowing, and you still need 43. I mean, the old adage is runs on the board is runs on the board.
What's one ball and change?
But,
Right hand over to you.
94 and then 67 after the Duckworth-Lewis calculations were done.
So Waysome has been brought into the attack to replace Wilmot from this media center end. Short delivery, and the Mangra is playing it down towards long leg where Brown is on the boundary. She sends a left-handed return to the keeper, one more to the total. Takes it on to 25 for 3 at the start of over number 11. So Captain Sherman Campbell got a short delivery outside the off-stump and played it straight down to Nicole Campbell
Right hand over
at
to
backward
you.
point.
5 balls to come.
She would be disappointed with that shot. She didn't get over it. The Jamaicans are elated. Waysome. And Mentor just pushed it into the onside, down to mid wicket, where it looks like, what is it? At this mid wicket, she feels and prevents any possibility of a run. So the Jamaicans may be thinking if you can get another wicket or two here, can put some pressure on the Guyanese. On the leg stump, looking to clip it. Wide has been signaled by the umpire, drifting on down the onside. And good take by keeper Williams.
I'm surprised we didn't hear more shouts because for her caught behind, I guess, you know, the technique now is to appeal as hard as possible.
To throw off the umpire.
You know, save that one run. Save that one wide down the leg side.
With some balls into the offside, down to the backward point or cover point here. Ferron is in the way. She feels 26 for 3 in over number 11. And it's Wisam. She, before this, had 2 overs. She's in a 3rd over, none for 7. Full delivery into the offside. Nation is in the way, she feels. And they're trying to keep the pressure on the Guyanese. If they can prevent the runs from being scored, then who knows, the Guyana might put some pressure on themselves, and you might see Jamaica sneaking in the back door. Wisam will want to get a wicket in this over. Short delivery, and Mentor looking to swing into the onside. The keeper kept it in front of her, not collecting it cleanly, but and now Mangra has called Mentor down to have a quiet word. Tell her, let us stick around and get the total. Do not play only no unnecessary shots and to get out. We want to stay here until the end. And Jamaica, on the other hand, will be hoping that they can continue to play some rash shots and they can get some wickets. Short delivery in behind it, pushed it back down the strip. And so the over has been completed, over number 11, 26 for 3 Guyana.
Well, Mentor looked like she was shaping up to go into the onside with a pull shot. And I guess you can almost say that, I mean, you know, she was squared up in a bit there as she pushed forward in the end, realizing that that's probably not the shot to play at this time.
So the white has picked up all 3 wickets so far. Manga is easily into the offside, down to Nation, attacks to cover. And there is no chance of run. 41 runs from 102 balls. No, so White will come over the wicket to bowl to Mangra. Mangra is struck in front of the stump. Loud appeal, but he's struck in the delicate area. She goes down. A short delivery. She was into her stump looking to swing into the onside. She missed it. And she's down on the ground. Captain Stephanie Taylor just come in to inquire to make sure she's okay.
It looks like they're calling on the medics to assist her. Or, well, her teammates are coming on at this particular point to see exactly what's going on. Yeah, she was struck, as you say, in a delicate area, and she went down. Good thing is that she's now almost, well, she's back on her feet. Looks like she's still writhing in pain.
Yeah.
And now there looks like someone, oh, I guess the Jamaica team, I should say, they're taking the option as well to get a break as it relates to water. Yes, one teammate has brought water on the floor. So everybody's getting back in their position now. So looks like we're about to continue.
Yes, and Mangra is stretching out the pain. And she now will go back into her stance. And White will continue in over number 12. So the current runway 2.33. Mangura in behind it to the offside. So 41 from 101 balls or 101 deliveries.
He's stuck in our gloves.
White 3 for 9 in her fourth over. Good spell.
Absolutely. And, the captain made the right decision when she decided to bring her from the southern end. She's in again, ball into my group.
Full delivery should be wide. Signal now by umpire Tuckett. So with that extra, the total will go on to 27. Full and wide delivery. And Manga was stretching, trying to reach it, but she missed it. 40 runs from 100 balls. That's the target, the requirement for Guyana at 2.40 runs per over. White getting a good delivery right up. Manga had to come down hard on it. Pushed it down into the offside when Nation is in the way. There is no chance of a run. So White is in the middle of a very good spell, but she would need to get more wickets if there's to put pressure on Guyana, because the target is only 67. They are 40 runs away. So White from the far end. And Mangor is pushing into the offside. The fielding completed by McLean as Nation coming across. Couldn't stop it cleanly. No chance of a run. 2 balls remaining in over number 12. So it will be White from the far end over the wicket. And Mangor is in behind the delivery. Thinking about the singles. Return comes in, misses the stumps. Mentor was calling Mangor in through for the single, so I was a bit late in getting off. And the keeper came from behind the stumps, had a shot at the stumps, misses. And the over has been completed. So at the end of it, the Guyanese team 29 for 3 after 12.
Well, they're inching closer to that total. They're now down to 39 needed in 97 balls at an average of 2.41. And game is moving very quickly now as number 11.
So Wisam will go over the wicket. Balls to Manga. Allowed a peel. They go so quickly for the single. Let's see if there's any signal from the umpire. Almost opportunity for an overthrow as the fielder at mid-wicket had a shot at the stumps. That looked like Watts, and Captain Taylor had to move across to her right. And she made a good save. It would have gone behind her. It could have gone into the boundary for 4 overthrows. So that's one more to the total. That's gone on to 29. With some balls onto the leg stump with an easy single as Brown will come in off the long leg fence. One more to the total. Takes us on to 30 in over number 13. 30 for 3, 37 required. 37 runs from 94 balls at a required rate of 2.36. They're going at 2.43 runs per over. Wisam, she's in her 3rd over or 4th over from the Simeda center end. On the leg stump once more, pushed it down to straightish mid wicket where Watts is in the way. And there is no chance of a run down that backward point. Just Campbell seemed to be warming up. Maybe she might be coming into the attack. She's rolling those shoulders, those arms over. As Wisam going to bowl to Mangra. Watches it go through to be taken behind by the keeper. And the total remains on 30 for 3 in over number 13. The target is 67 from 28 overs. Required rate is 2.39. 37 runs needed from 93 balls. As Wisam from the media center end. It's a delivery coming back in towards her. She's guiding a chance for a run out. Return comes in a bit wide. So Nicole Campbell at backward point came across to her left, but the return was wide. Lack of communication or miscommunication between Manga and the mentor almost caused the downfall.
Yes, it seemed as if that there was no calling at all. What happened was the batter played the shot down to backward point or down to point and just started running down the wicket. By the time the other batter saw what was happening, she took off, and had this been a good throw, she would have been out by quite a few miles.
With some balls, a full delivery, driven down to Captain Stephanie Taylor at mid-off. And the over has been completed. So over number 12 has come to an end. Over number 13, sorry, has come to an end. So after 13 overs, the Guyanese, they are 31 for 3 and still looking pretty solid.
Solid indeed for a win here today at Warner Park. I now welcome, of course, my colleague, Mr. Troy Biff Mills.
Katana Mentor, she'll be facing Nisha and Waysom, who has given away 10 runs, a little outside the off stump. And was that an appeal of some sort, Monarch?
Hopeful appeal from White. Is that White? Waysom has changed ends now, so she's coming.
They score, but
well, let's just make sure.
yes, it is White. It is White, and she's coming from the southern or Lozakwood end. And they've now effected the change. It's 31 for 3 from 13.2 overs, is it?
Yep.
Mandy Mango, the opener, 13 from 43. And this one is outside the off stump. Short, and Mango follows it.
Wow.
And very grateful, not an edge taken.
Playing catching practice, I guess.
Mango.
That's what it is. And that's exactly the way the first wicket fell. To the same bowler. White was picked up 3 for 11 so far in her 4.3 overs.
No pressure here, and it's the young Mango to face. That one is up. She's coming forward. She drives it into the offside to the left of, is that Wilmot? Comes around on field, but she doesn't prevent them. It's Nation, actually. She doesn't prevent them from taking a single. And Mango, quite a lively cookie. And tough, I may add.
Well, I am impressed that the fact that they are, Mangru especially, is trying to get the easy singles.
And this one just outside the off stump, beating Mentor, and the oohs and the arms coming from the fielders. And White being inspired. 4.4 overs, 4.5 overs, 3 wickets, 12 runs, all 3 wickets to fall so far for the Guyanese. And here she comes, passes umpire Tuckett, and again beaten outside the off stump. Guilty of perhaps not coming across enough, getting body behind ball, and goes to the keeper, the end of the over. The end of 14 overs, 32 for 3.
Yeah, not, I mean, and just hanging your bat out at these deliveries is not going to do you any good. I mean, you know, the conventional wisdom is that if you're going, you've got to go hard. So you may be able to get one over. You don't, if you don't time it properly, you may be able to get it over the keeper's head or over the slip's head, and get a boundary down here to third man. So, I mean, you know, just sticking the bat out, which was done on like 3 occasions in this over.
Exactly.
Not a good equation.
The Guyanese, not really under any pressure. 35 runs to get from 84 balls. And it's Watts now, a bowling change here at the Caleb Azariah Paul Southwell Media Center end, the northern end. She is bowling to Mangra outside the off stump, and she comes across, she smacks that one square. They get one, they're thinking of a second, and Mangra is running down. And yes, they do get 2 comfortable runs. Mangra, the most petite of all 22 players in this game, Monarch, and she seems very lively. And it's Mango, pardon me, and here she is, Mango, coming forward defensively. 16 from 47 runs, 47 balls so far,
Work, girls. Come on.
Okay.
and looking good. It's Watts again. And here she is pulling that one just over. That is it the captain there, yes? Taylor at short mid-wicket, stretching to all her height. Perhaps if she were another foot taller, she might have got a hand to that. And Mango really pulling on that occasion, getting a single. And she's on to 17. She wants to keep the scoreboard ticking. She doesn't want the pressure to mount on her team. 32 runs to get from 81 balls. That one is short. And the Mentor looking to play that one square. Misses everything. He goes through the keeper. 2.39 runs per over. That is the current run rate of the Guyanese. And the required run rate is 2.40 runs per over. And that one is tossed up, flighted, right on the stumps. More a try a thing ball, if you ask me.
Well, yes, very, very teasing.
And Mentor not allowing herself to be caught in the trap. Here is Watts again. A little faster, a little flatter. And it comes off the pad, going down the leg side. Ask a question of umpire Laborde, who isn't interested, as it's the end of the over, the end of the 15th over, needing 67 to win.
And Vanessa Watts, who just bowled that over, right arm off break. She, in her 4 matches that she's played so far, 3 innings, taken 8 wickets so far.
And she's a pretty tight bowler.
Yes.
And she uses her head. She invites you into some indiscretion, which quite often the batters don't accept. And it's White against Lena White. And it's Mango getting up on her toes, playing it square. She picks up a single. And the score goes on now to 35 for the loss of 3. 32 runs needed in 78 balls. Very gettable, extremely gettable.
31.
But we'll have to wait and see. Runs on the board already. Runs on the board.
Absolutely.
Mentor, 1 from 14, number 5. She comes in to strike.
The equation is, getting to where it favors Guyana. So we'll have to wait and see. A couple more wickets here can make a major difference.
Indeed, Celine White. And here is Mentor getting behind that one, extremely cautious in defense, playing it back down the track. White fields to her own bowling. 5.2 overs. She has conceded 13 runs, picked up 3 wickets. All 3 Guyanese wickets to have fallen. And she's going to try again for her country. And this one outside the off stump, and the Mentor looking to cut, and the ball passing under the bat. And the batter's guilty of not coming across. And were they to play in the V, they'll probably get a single. And according to the power and time, in perhaps 2 or even 4 more now.
Yes, and I mean, constantly throwing the bat at the deliveries outside the off stump is not helping.
And it's White into Mentor. She comes forward, plays it into the cover this time. There isn't a run. And at some point, the bat may not play the ball, but the ball will very well play the bat.
Absolutely, and that's when you can get yourself in trouble. Like the opening bat who perished, outside the off stump.
And that one getting up on Mentor, and she rises to the occasion, and she fends it off her body down into a short third man, picking up a single, carrying her score to 2 from 18 balls. And Guyana needing 30 from 47 balls now. They are 37 for the loss of 3. 30 runs in 73 balls, pardon me. And it's White again to try. And Mango it is this occasion. Coming forward, soft hands. It's the end of the over. The 6th over for Celine White. So she has picked up 3 wickets. for 14 runs. Mandy Mangu, 18 runs from 50 balls. Katana Mentor, 2 runs from 18 balls. 30 to get in 72 balls.
Yeah, and I think, as I said earlier, that the equation is favoring Guyana at this particular point, and that will definitely take them up the table, because this would have been their third match.
Go up on the boundary. Gabby, come around.
Guyana, actually the second. They would have lost the first two.
They lost the first two matches, so
And
this
they
is
defeated
the
Leewood yesterday in the bottom of the table clash.
okay. And now today,
So they've crawled off the bottom of the table, leaving Leewoods. And they've crawled into the 5th position. And we've seen a change in bowling. It's Nicole Campbell. She'll be having her first peek at the batters, pardon me, and she'll be bowling to Katana Mentor, who's on 2.
Let's go.
She's bowling to a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-on. And here she's left arm round the wicket, outside the off stump. And Mentor banging that one into the offside. The cover region comes around and field, no harm done. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, deep in wicket on the boundary. Backward square 3/4 on the boundary. And it's Campbell again outside the off stump and stepping back. Mentor not middling that one. This time into extra cover. The score remains on 37 for 3. Perhaps getting a little excited, but they'll have to play normal cricket. This one outside the off stump, and she goes after it. Almost a wide, going through to the wicket keeper. And the bowlers are going to entice the batters as often as they can, Monal.
absolutely. I mean, that's the only way you're going to get them out.
Campbell once more. A little fuller. And she drives back down the track.
Yeah, I'm probably not using her feet as much as she could with some of these deliveries, because I'm sure if they do, they'll be able to turn some of these balls that look like they're Yorkers into full toss.
4 dot balls for Campbell. This is her 5th. Outside the off stump, and she punches that one beautifully square on the offside. They pick up one. It's running close to the boundary. Oh my. Good feeling effort, Monarch, but that runs into the boundary for 4.
What apparently looks like it happened is, and we'll look at it on the monitor, is that when she tries to flick it back, it may have hit her boot. Yes, hit her boot and was kicked over the boundary line. So 41 for 3.
A valiant chase by Ferron, but futile in the end.
Absolutely. And that has taken the equation now to 26 runs from 67 balls.
Mentor, she moves on to 6 with that boundary. And it's Campbell, a little footer. Here she's playing this shot again.
Great piece of feeling though. This time they This time they prevented the ball from going through the gap. And they didn't have to, at least they didn't have to worry about trying to prevent the boundary this time. It was a great piece of feeling there from
the skipper, Stephanie Taylor.
Stephanie Taylor. That's what it looks like.
Diving full stretch to her right and cutting off. Perhaps, I don't think it had the legs to get to the boundary, but they would have easily gotten 2.
Or maybe 3, because these runners have been very aggressive.
Nicole Campbell, first over, conceding 5 runs. The Guyanese going on to 42 for 3 from 17 overs. They have 25 runs to get in 66 balls, 11 overs to get 25 runs. Still extremely favorable for the Guyanese.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And this looks like...
it's going to be a change of bowling. Is it Wilmot? Yes, it is. The number 9, Wilmot, she'll be coming from the Lozak Road or the southern end. And she's going to be bowling to Mentor, who is on 7. Backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And here is Mentor
One
getting
min,
over
one
wicket,
min.
wicket and pulling that one backward of square.
And
And my, I'm sensing a run out somewhere along the ropes here, Monarch.
yeah, I mean, I love the aggressiveness, but it doesn't seem as if that there's any communication, because who's the batter on the non-strikers end?
Mentor was the one coming back. Mango.
Okay, so Mangro is facing now,
Yeah,
but
she wasn't
Mentor was
interested in the
tearing
second.
back down the wicket for a second run that may or may not have been possible.
And here's Mango guiding that down to the missing third slip. The point coming around to our left Campbell.
Yes.
Darting that one in, missing the stumps, but the Mentor was safely home.
And as I said, I love the aggressiveness. I love the aggressive running, because in the previous 2 matches that I saw, I think the running between the wickets was very lackluster. And so I love what they're doing now. It's just that I feel as if that they need to communicate more.
And it's Wilmot again. Into Mentor, she plays it into the covers. She isn't able to beat Nation. She is kept on 8. The Guyanese score kept on 44 for 3 after 17.3 overs. Monarch, and she goes, sorry, that's
Mentor.
No, it's Mangra actually. Mangra, she goes for
Okay.
19. And she was looking lovely, and we felt there was going to be a caught behind an outside edge.
And it happened.
Commentators curse.
And it happened indeed. So Jamaica are cockahoo again about the fact that they've picked up now the 4th wicket. And we'll see who is coming in to replace. So Grimmond, Shanetta Grimmond, she's right-hand bat. She's coming in to replace Mangru, who perished on 19 after 52 deliveries.
Mangu, perhaps the youngest of all the players, the most petite, but I like her grit, I like her energy. She had a good day in the field.
Absolutely.
The first slip position, especially.
And as I said, I just love the fact that she was aggressive. She didn't just sit around, waiting for stuff to happen. She made it happen
Better, please.
as it relates to, scoring the singles and everything. But Grimmond will have to now take over. She will be facing up to Wilmot, the final ball of the over.
And Wilmot passes umpire Tuckett. And here she pulling and showing her aggression, getting back, rocking back, pulling that one through the mid-wicket boundary for 4 and saying, hey, I'm here and I'm here to stay and win this match for Guyana.
Well, another short delivery and placed very well, pulled square, and the fielder who was at a wide,
It's over. Let's go.
well, she was at a backward point, backward square. I'm sorry about that. She was at backward square, and she flew around, but Grimmond had a lot of power behind that shot, and so 4 runs. So we're now left with 18 runs to get.
From 60 balls.
Required run rate now under 2.
So positive things happening for Guyana. And the only way for Jamaica to win this match is to take 6 wickets. And they have all of 60 overs, all of 60 balls, 10 overs to do that. The weather has cleared up, so we don't think that'll be a threat again. And here is Campbell. Tosses that one down the leg side. Signaler wide. But keeper Williams shine at the stumps just in case. Mentor had stepped off, but she was home. No harm done. 50 for the loss of 4.
Come on, girls.
And it's going to be Campbell again to try for her Jamaica Talawas. Jamaican team. And flicking that one, turning it down the leg side. It's going to be Grimmond hustling back for a second.
And there we go with that aggressive running again. I mean, though there was a little pause, they did manage to make the 2 runs because, I mean, the batter at the southern end was coming, of course, and it would have caused, well, she was the one who took off a little bit later. And it would have caused the fielder to have to throw all the way to the northern end, which would have probably been a little bit more difficult.
And that was Mentor. It was her call, and she took on the fielder successfully. And Campbell pitching up to Mentor, allowing that one to go through. Mentor 11 from 28 balls.
Well, Biff, you just said that you don't think the rain would be an issue. Oh, and here we go. Another batsman perishes.
And Mentor coming forward, playing that one into the short mid-wicket.
And it's caught. But prior to that, I was saying, you said that you don't think we'll be having any interference from the rain again. But I see the ground staff is slowly.
Perhaps commentators have to make certain comments.
Slowly walking to where the covers are. As another wicket falls. So it's what, 52 for 5?
It is, and Ashmini Munisa, she'll now be going in to try and take her country home. Scoring at a run rate of 2.86. The required run rate now down to 1.53. Guyanese need 15 runs to get. And they would have to fight, they would have to work, because the Jamaicans, they are not giving up. 15 runs needed in 58 balls. As we look around to Nevis, we see the clouds are covering, it's getting a little white there.
Well, and just an update, if of course, if the rain were to stop the game now, Guyana needs 43, so they would be the winners.
And
of this game.
When they start turning that one around the corner, they run one, looking for two. Miscommunication again, and one's thrown to the wrong end and stumps.
No.
Direct hit, but she was well home.
Looks like she was home.
Well home there was Grimmond, and again that miscommunication that you've been speaking about all afternoon, Mona.
Actually, I mean, they're lucky that they didn't lose a second wicket in this over via the run-out route, because, as I said, yes, I mean, to me that was always two, and usually, your big batter, you call out when you pass your partner.
Exactly.
For the first round. 2, if that's what you intend
Campbell
to take.
into Monisa, comes forward, plays it into the offside. 13 runs needed from 55 balls. All the time in the world, technically, Mona. 3 boundaries and a wide. We don't know. And Campbell, she has been plagued with some wides in her previous games. She's coming left arm round the wicket, tossing that one just outside and coming forward and trying to drive that one Monisa into the offside. Not beating the extra cover. It's the end of the over. 54 for 5.
54 for 5, and we definitely have an interesting game on our hands here. Guyana seems to be running away with it, but every time we say that,
they prove us wrong.
they lose a wicket or a close run out or something, like that. So let's see what happens. Looks like we're going to have, I'm trying to figure out the umpires covering. Looks like we have a new bowler coming in from the Lozak Road end. We just need to check and make sure who it is. Looks like a spin bowler as well. Well, we know Watts bowled the previous over.
And the captain
from that end.
And yes, it's Watts. Here she comes. Tosses this one in. And Monisa plays in, driving through the covers, picking up a single. She goes on to 3, Monisa, 3 from 4. And Watts, before this, 4 overs, 6 runs, no wicket. It brings...
Wait. Sorry. Middle, please.
Monisa into strike, actually.
Yes, a pump. IGL. Come on, auntie.
That was Grimmond picking up the single. So Watts comes in, bowling to Monisa. That one almost so wide. Stepping backward was Monisa, trying to dab it into the outside and not making any contact. And that they have to be cautious, Monarch, with the ball taking the edge, as we've seen with Mango. Here's what's again, tossing it up and going aerially, high, very high, not hard. And the captain is dropped, and they're coming back for a second run, and the ball comes in for a run out. And safely home. And in all fairness to the captain,
A comedy of errors.
yes, but the ball, she and the
In a
ball
way.
moving in the same direction.
Correct. She was trying to catch that one over her head,
Yes.
which is always a difficult catch.
Always.
Always a difficult catch to take. And then, of course, the uncertainty with the running again, where I guess we'll have to wait to check and see whether they got one or two. They got 2 runs, but with the batter coming back again, no communication, there was an opportunity for a run out as well. But with everything that was said and done just now, it resulted in 2 runs, and it has taken Guyana 10 runs away from their victory.
Stephanie Taylor wondering, had she caught that, how the game would have turned. And we won't ever know. It's what's again, faster, flatter, into Monisa. She guides it off her leg. It's running down to the fine leg boundary, and they come through for 2. So it's now 8 runs to get in 51 balls, Mona.
Absolutely.
50 balls, that is.
Yes. As I said, I think Guyana is running away with it now. You can see the frustration out there with the Jamaica players. But 94, definitely not a score that you can be proud of.
And here is Monisa just playing that one, fending it off her body into the onside the keeper. Rashida Williams runs around and picks up 59 for 5 from 19.5 overs. It's Watts again into her, looping that one, and she goes driving into the offside. That one bounce into the fielder. It's the end of the over. 20 overs have been bowled. 8 runs to get in 8 overs, or put another way, 8 runs to get in 48 balls. 2.95 the current run rate, Monarch. Easy pickings for the Guyanese.
Yes, I mean, it's just a matter of, walking into some extra points that you can put on the table.
That's it.
I'm looking here to see what's the status of the other games. I don't see a score for Leeward. Not sure what happened. Let's see. Doesn't show me a result as yet. It just shows me the Trinidad score. But we have a
here is
new
Monisa looking
bold.
to play it straight over, and she's actually bowled, Monarch.
Why?
Looking to drive that one straight back over the ball. They said probably aiming as I see it. And bowled all over the place. The Guyanese, they won't be too happy about that. The Jamaicans on the other side, they will be. You look at the body language, it's not suggesting they're the happiest team in the world. They've just taken a wicket, but the equation not favoring the Jamaicans really. 8 runs to get in all of 47 balls. And we're now seeing the number 7 going into to bat.
That's an atrocious shot, though.
Schultz.
There was absolutely no need.
Of course not.
For that shot. It was just a matter of taking the singles,
Dribble
getting
it
a
here,
couple
double it
twos,
there.
and win the match and go home.
5 balls to
Instead of panicking your dressing room by hoiking only to be bold.
And Campbell, here is she. A little shorter, Schultz step back, punches it into the offside. The cover fielder returns it to the bowler via Nation. And Nicole Campbell, 2.2 overs, 10 runs, 2 wickets. As she goes in again to Schultz. Outside the off stump, and Schultz crouching and slapping at that one, missing it. Rehearsing the shot, saying, I should have stepped over square and punched it square, and perhaps a better decision. And she's being called on by Monisa to say, hey, take it easy, we don't have to take any risks. We're way ahead of things. 8 runs to get in forever. And both of us will take this home. It's Campbell again. Tosses it up. On the center stump, coming forward is Schultz. Campbell sprinting down the track. Just in case they were thinking of squeezing a single, but that was not to be. It's 59 for 6 from 20.3 overs. The Guyana in search of 67 for victory in 28 overs. But that is somewhat irrelevant, so to speak, as they only need 8 runs from 45 balls. And here is Schultz stepping back, pulling that one off the center stump into the mid-wicket, the forward square region, picking up a single, and perhaps a little indiscretion with that shot.
Well, they're going airily. Definitely going airily. For whatever reason, I don't know, but that's one of the 8.
Campbell to try, and here
And
is
another one again.
popping it. Oh, it's all happening here, Warner Park. Monisa popping that one.
Direct hit, and she would have been a goner.
And Schultz taking off down the track, nearly out caught, nearly popping it into the hand of short mid-wicket. Schultz already sprinting down, picking up, trying at the wicket, missing. Schultz getting back home, and there's no need for this excitement. You have all the time in the world, Monarch. 7 runs needed from 42 balls.
I know, I mean, attempting to take impossible singles just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But I understand, I mean, you know, the anxiety and the anxious moments that some people can have, you know, when it comes to cricket or when it comes to, well, doing the right thing in cricket. So here we go once more.
Well, at this stage, I believe anything can happen in this match still. I think Jamaicans still have a chance with the way the Guyanese are playing.
42 balls to take 4 wickets.
Strange things have happened in cricket. People have taken hat-tricks. And here is Watts. Into Schultz. She gets back. She punches it back up the track.
Work it, girls. Work it, girls. Work it, girls. Come on.
Nation picks up. Wipes any moisture that might be there. Passes it back to Watts, who will try again. 5.1 overs. 10 runs, no wicket is Watts. Tossing that one up just outside the off stump. Schultz gets back and she plays it into the onside. A little collision between Watts and the non-striker.
Somebody running home. Somebody running home.
And no harm done. Encouragement coming from the Jamaican team. They'll have to do that still. They have to encourage the bowler. They have to remain in this game. And just about the leg stump. And Schultz plays that one into a very short mid-wicket where skipper Stephanie Taylor fields.
And if you look at it, Monisa is down the wicket looking for a single off of every ball.
And here is Watts again to Schultz. That one just outside the off stump. Schultz drives beautifully. And she picks up one. Not enough power to get to the boundary, and she'll get 2. Schultz effortlessly, Monarch. Beautiful timing.
One of the better shots that we've seen today so far. Just caressing that one through the covers in between the 2 feelers and collecting 2 runs, which takes Guyana 2 runs closer to the target. Now they need only 5.
5 from 38. It's Watson. Faster, flatter, wider. And very close to a wide, but
thought he was about to raise his hand there, but I figured that he was just, you know, counting balls.
Signaling
instead.
1 ball, much to the relief of the Jamaicans. It's Watts again. Still faster, flatter this time on the stumps. Schultz comes forward. She plays it back with a square, looking to run through for a single, which isn't there. It's the end of the over, the end of the 22nd over. 62 for 6. The Guyanese.
Well, let's take a look at the scorecard so far for the batters here. Mandy Mangrew, Cart Williams bowled Wilmot for 19, 54 balls. Grimmond, she made 8 from 16 balls with 2 fours. Gajnabi, 3 from 9 deliveries. Campbell, she got 1 ball. Mentor, 11 from 30.
It's Campbell into Monisa, who turns that one square without a run. It's going to be Campbell again to Monisa, who's on 6 from 10. And here is she trying the reverse sweep and getting effectively, which one on the way down to the third man boundary. It won't get there, but she'll pick up 2 runs. Monisa, much to the delight of her Guyanese teammates.
Yes. And just to complete the scorecard, that was a very interesting shot. Indeed, the reverse sweep there. Shanetta Grimman was bowled Campbell for 5. She faced 3 balls with 1 boundary.
Nicole Campbell, 3.2 overs, 13 runs, 2 wickets, looking for her 3rd wicket. And here is Monisa stepping back and fishing outside of the off stump. I think the Guyanese are very strong fishing, as we see most of their batters actually doing that.
Hanging their bats out.
Hanging their bat outside the off stump. And with some mango paying the ultimate price for that. And here she is slapping it, she penetrates the foul.
This may be the victory.
And they get in close to the boundary.
Goes very close to the boundary. There's the 3 runs needed for victory. And you can see the celebration of Schultz and Monisa.
And there's some indecision, as it were. The keeper willing to remove the bail because the batters were heading to the pavilion. And confirmation come, and the Guyanese running on. After losing their first 2 matches, the first match to the Windward Islands, the second match to Barbados, coming back, defeating Leewards on Friday, and now Jamaica today. So they've gone ahead of Jamaica, the Guyanese. The Jamaicans, they beat Leewards in the first round of matches. They went down to the Trinidad and Tobago in the second round. They lost to Barbados in the third round, and now losing to Guyana in the fourth round. So the Jamaicans, they are actually in 5th position, while the Guyanese have inched their way up to 3.
Correct. And so 67 for 6 off 22.4 overs means that Guyana has won this game by 4 wickets via the Duckworth-Lewis method. And now we have the traditional greetings of both hands, of both teams, I should say, along with the officials, of course, and that's always a nice gesture.
And we, as Monarch, will now pull up the bowling figures.
Let me just...
Schultz, Casey Schultz, she comes not out 3 from 10. Ashmini Monasa, she comes not out 11 from 3. Nicole Campbell finishing 3.4 overs, 16 runs for 2 wickets. The bowling for Jamaica saw Vanessa Watts opening the bowling. She had 6 overs, 2 maidens, 12 runs, and as we said colloquially, she didn't touch a pad. Naisha Ann Waysome, 4 overs, no maiden, 9 runs, and she was wicketless. Selena White, 6 overs, no maiden, 14 runs. They pick off the bowlers, she got 3 wickets. Kate Wilmot, 3 overs, no maiden, 14 runs, 2 wickets. Nicole Campbell, 3.4 overs, no maiden, 16 runs, 2 wickets. And it's all over here at Warner Park. The Guyanese, they have won this game by some 4 wickets of the Duckworth-Lewis system. We've lost in excess of 2 hours for rain. And they're batting again. Mandy Mango, Cart Williams, Bowl Wilmot for 19 from 54 balls. Reliana Graymond, 8 runs from 16 balls with 2 fours. Sakibi Gajnami, 3 runs, 9 balls. She was Cart McLean bowled white. Grimmond, she was Cart Williams bowled white. Shemaine Campbell, the captain, Cart Campbell bowled white for 1 ball duck. Katana Mentor, Cart McLean bowled Campbell 11 from 30 balls. She had 1-4. Shanetta Grimmond bowled Campbell for 5 from 3 balls. She also had 1-4. Ashmini Monasa not out 11 from 13 balls. And with her Casey Schultz not out 3 from 10 balls. And the Guyanese winning this match and inching themselves into 4th position. The Leeward Islands remaining in the cellar position. Jamaica being relegated to the 5th position. The Barbadians, they would have won all 4 matches, and unofficially they are the champions because they're the only team to have not lost the matches yet.
I know, and there's only one round. And there's
only one round of matches. Trinidad and Tobago 1-2 lost 2. Windward Islands 1-2 lost 2. So unofficially, we say congratulations to Barbados winning the championship with 1 match to go. And a very good thing for West Indies cricket, this tournament, and very good being held here in St. Kitts for the first time, Monarch.
Yes, and just so fans are aware of what's happening for the final round of matches, which takes place on Wednesday, 17th May. All games, of course, starts at 10 o'clock. Leeward Islands versus Barbados at Warner Park. Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana out there in St. Paul's. And Jamaica versus the Windward Islands at Connery. Again, all of these games start at 10 o'clock. And of course, you can come and witness great female cricket here. It's the CG United Insurance Women's Super 50 Cup. And of course, don't forget that coming up on May the 20th to the 27th, it's the Women's T20 Blaze, where all 6 teams will take part in the T20 competition, which would be used, of course, to select the West Indies side. The matches on the 20th, 21st, 23rd, and the 25th starts at 10 a.m. And then we have 3 games at 8 a.m. on the 27th, as the teams are hoping to hop out of town that day to end a historic tournament, because as you said, this is the first time the tournament has been held here in St. Kitts. Listen, I had a great time bringing this game to you from Warner Park. I head out to St. Paul's again on Wednesday for the final match in the Super 50. And so thank you very much for tuning in. We definitely appreciate you.
I'm Troy Biff Mills on behalf of Monarch and Gary Pemberton, who has gone back over to Nevis. We thank you for being with us throughout the day, and we invite you to stay with us again. Come again with us on Friday when we'll do it all over again from Warner Park, Connery, and St. Paul's. Have a good evening. Thank you for watching.